Welcome to This Week in ExMormonism, your one-stop show for the latest and greatest from the ex-Mormon community. Each week, we'll bring you the top clips from your favorite creators like John Dellin, ExMolex, Nuance Ho, RFM, and more.
It may get bigger, it may get a little bigger, it may not get bigger at all. We'll see what happens. But regardless of what happens, we're totally prepared.
It's not worth it. I'm not gonna do it, girl. I was just thinking about it. I'm not gonna do it. I did it.
Who are y'all? Me? Oh, my name is Ho Phase. This is my boy Trust Issues. Hey, that's alcoholism. What's happening, coach? And that's Don't Care No Mo. What's poppin'?
Hey, this is a message for all of my silver sisters and those of you who are thinking you want to let your gray out. I just left a store and a really nice lady stopped and asked me where I got my hair done. And I had to tell her that we moved to Arizona about 4 years ago, but I had gone to my hairdresser in Oregon to have her cut it short, bleach it out, and put a toner on it. And that's how I went gray. But since I've moved to Arizona, I've just let it grow back out again. So she said, so you don't have a toner on it? And I said, no. So she took a picture. She has an appointment with her hairdresser tomorrow. And I just want to encourage all of you to do what you want to do. Find a way to do it. I love the Silver Sisters. You guys are so inspiring. I just had to share that with you today.
Oh, look. Another glorious morning. Makes me sick.
I'm obsessed with this, but I'm okay with it. I am obsessed with it. And I think this is an obsession that doesn't hurt.
Hold on. Okay.
Holy Spirit, activate.
Oh, no.
Holy Spirit,
no.
activate. Holy Spirit, activate. 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 All right, let's go. Hold on.
Okay.
Holy Spirit, activate.
Oh, no.
Holy Spirit,
no.
activate. Holy Spirit, activate. 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 All right, let's go.
Yeah, you wait. I've made my own people. And I'm their leader.
Yeah, and let me just say this.
When it comes to a drink, I'ma have it.
Nope. Nope.
Promote any products unless I actually use them and I actually love them. So it doesn't matter, you know, if I'm doing a collaboration. I will not do a collaboration with any product that I don't actually use and that I don't actually want to tell all my friends. So this is a product that I found, and when I first went gray, I started out by cutting my hair short and then having my hairstylist. I was already very, very blonde, but she bleached it out more. And then she added a toner, and it was fabulous, and I loved it. But, you know, a week later, I washed it, the toner washed out, and I had this weird yellow hair. And so I tried another toner, and then my hair was not silver, but like gray, the color gray, like a crayon gray. And that was bad. So that washed out. And then I found a purple shampoo, and that was it. From that point on, all I've used is a purple shampoo. And I've gone through 2 or 3 different brands. And then I found this particular brand, and this is my go-to now. It's called Bold Unique. And I wanted to, so they have a shampoo, and I wanted to let you know that the shampoo is sulfate-free, phosphate-free. They don't do any animal testing. They have a huge recycle program for their bottles and their jars, and so they're really trying to be earth-friendly, which is great. So you need to recycle these when you're through. And let me see if I'm missing anything else, because they're cruelty-free and vegan, sulfate-free, mineral oil-free, formaldehyde-free, and paraben-free, and also phthylate-free. So, can you imagine? That means that those products, those ingredients are in other shampoos, which is like, yikes. Anyway, so I love it. A lot of people have said, do you use a purple shampoo and does it dry your hair out? And my answer is no. I haven't seen that, but I think really people have to really just look at their own hair. So I'm going to wash my hair and style it, and then I'll get back on. I want you to know that they recommend washing your hair first with some kind of a cleansing shampoo, so I do, which would get out any buildup that you might have. So that's what I'm going to do first. Okay, washed my hair with a cleansing shampoo first, and then with the purple shampoo. Today I used the purple conditioner. I usually use the purple conditioner all the time, but once a week, or I would say once a month, I also use the purple hair mask. Now I try to only wash my hair once a week, and I don't have the kind of a job that I have to be in an office every day with full makeup on and the whole bit. So I can get away with dry shampoo and a ponytail. But actually my hair looks better on the 2nd or 3rd day. So I try to wash it maybe once every 4 days. And so that works for me. The other product that I love is the thermal heat protector. And if you have gray hair, you do have to protect your hair from heat. It's probably, I think, one of the #1 reasons why you'll get yellowing in your hair. So I'm gonna let my hair dry naturally, and then I will use a curling iron, because my hair, as you can see, is, it's weird. You guys, there's probably a lot of you that can relate to this. This top layer of my hair is fairly straight, but underneath my hair has a lot of wave and curl to it. So I was never able to let my hair just air dry, because this part would turn out great. I could use a scrunchie and just kind of, you know, blow it dry with the attachment. But the problem was this part of it was always straight. So I do have to use some kind of a curling. And so I do use a curling iron, and I have to put it on a kind of medium heat. I can't use too hot. So I'll be back after my hair naturally dries. All right, bye. Okay, so we let it air dry, and then I used a 1.5 inch barrel curling iron, and I do use texture spray and hairspray. So I will not have to use a curling iron. I actually like it better on the second day. It relaxes a little bit, but I love my silver. Thank you, Bold Unique.
I'm just gonna be extra. I'm just gonna do the most. Put on my highest heels, wear my hottest outfit, dance the hardest, laugh the loudest, love the deepest, for no other reason than it feels good. And because being extra is just so much more fun.
When we look into the future, there you are. You'll be okay. In time you'll
1, 2, skip a few, 15.
I'm one of those women who have never quite fit in, and I probably never will. But I've found it's one of my best qualities.
Happy Wednesday. Hey, I have a call to action. I am looking to form a panel discussion with women who are caregivers to their disabled child. I have had quite a few people reach out to me and tell me their story of how they are caring for a disabled child. And I think what's interesting about this particular struggle, going through this struggle. So I think the easiest way would be for you to direct message me on my Instagram, which is GoGrayDame. Give me your information and let me know if you would be willing to share. So that's your call to action for Wednesday. And I hope to hear from a ton of you wonderful, blessed people. All right? All right. Bye.
80s babies out here.
Okay, we're going to have an honest chat here. All right? So I am on my way to an appointment with my injector, and this is why. Okay, look at my face. Do you see this? Do you see this? Do you know what that is? That's called aging, okay? That's the reality of aging. This right here is fat falling, because that's what your face does, right? So I've got a fat pad here that's falling, got a fat pad here that's falling, creating this line. You can see it, see? And this is just part of aging. Now, I watched a fabulous video or TikTok the other day, and this wonderful 50-something-year-old lady was talking about the reality of aging. And you know what? It sucks, all right? It sucks for women. It sucks for women because I don't think men even think about it. And why don't they think about it? Because our society says you look better the older you get. And our society says to women, ooh, you got old. Yeah, we don't want to look at you anymore. So you can say what you want. I love it. And I am so envious of all of these women that are aging gracefully and whatnot. And I want to not ever go over the top, right? But I do believe in Botox, and we're going to see what this all entails, right? So I'm going to talk with a person who knows what she's doing. She's one of the leading injector specialists in the country. She goes around and teaches everywhere. And she's somebody who will say no. And that's the most important thing to look for whenever you're doing any kind of facial stuff, is if you have someone who says no, then you know you have a good person. So we'll see. I don't know, but I just wanted to let you know that's how I want to age, is Botox and good skincare and eating properly and exercise and doing the best you can with what you've been given. And, you know, maybe doing a little treatment here and there. I hope I don't ever have to go past that, but we'll see. So I will.
They just talk, but they talk about nothing. Nowadays, everybody wanna say something. Goddamn.
You need to quarantine 10 days, but also you don't. You can just quarantine for 5 days, but you would still need to wear a mask because you could still be contagious. But you're also not contagious at that point, and you shouldn't go to work, but if they need you, you should probably go to work. Only go to work if you don't have symptoms, but if you have symptoms, it's okay. But you should be taking tests, but also don't take a COVID test because there's not enough. But you should be taking one as much as you can.
Are you a good witch or a bad witch? Oh, but I've already told you, I'm not a witch at all. Witches are old and ugly.
I am a witch. I'm Glinda, the Witch of the North.
I've never heard of a beautiful witch before.
Only bad witches are ugly.
Then why did you ask if I was a bad witch?
Apparently, TikTok puts your video on For You page when it's only 7 seconds. Did it work?
Who was I in my past life? Come on.
Okay. I have a pinch almost going down here too. Not to start complaining, but I haven't slept well in 3 nights. My eye looks so tired.
How come the blacks didn't get the priesthood until 1978? What's up with that, Brother Wilcox? What, Brigham Young was a jerk?
What, Brigham Young was a jerk?
Members of the church were prejudiced?
What, Latter-day Saints are prejudiced?
Maybe we're asking the wrong question.
Do the work today. I don't really want to do the work today. I don't really want to do the work today. I don't want to do the work today.
Know somebody who used to go to church who no longer goes to church? Raise your hands if you know somebody. Yeah, look at all those hands.
The other thing I wanted to share with you is I have found, you guys, I know I've talked about this before, but I just have to tell you about this again. Those of you who are really into wearing the crystal bracelets, have you ever seen anything like this? I wear a crystal bracelet every single day. This company is called Love 13. And the story behind how this company got started is amazing. Heather is such a soul. I mean, you will feel her soul the first time you meet her, okay? So I found them at a charitable event. She had a table. I saw these beautiful crystals, and I'm already into crystals, right? So I found these beautiful crystals, and I just was like drawn to this table. And I saw these beautiful bracelets that were laid out. And I have them in all the different stones. I have just every kind of chakra color that you feel the need to wear on a certain day. And they're just beautifully constructed. They're guaranteed. In other words, if they ever break, or if you just need to send them back and have the crystals polished, or you know, anything like that, that's what they do. But anyway, I just wanted to share that with you today because today's my turquoise day. Every day would be my turquoise day if it was up to me, but then you turn into kind of a weirdo. So I love turquoise. I try to implement it as much as I can, but really, you can't just wear all one color all the time. It's not.
I don't really have anything to say. I just look cute and wanted y'all to see it, so here I am. Okay? Okay? Okay!
What did you do today? 1. 6-mile hike. 2. Best massage ever. 3. Ran errands and was told I looked like I came out of a Woody Allen.
Learn your rules. You better learn your rules. If you don't, you'll be eaten in your sleep.
Are you flexing?
What, me? No. Why would I be flexing? I mean, I have sort of been hitting the gym, so if you wanted to see how it's going...
She is. This was my guest today on my podcast. She became visible. I just got through recording it, and I believe it will be posted hopefully tomorrow or the next day. Wendy Jensen is a life coach, and she coaches people who are leaving a high-demand religion. Primarily, she deals with people that are leaving the LDS Church, but she also has men and women that are leaving Jehovah's Witnesses. So very interesting, but she's very insightful. She's very self-reflective, and she shares everything. And I believe her knowledge will be something that you, if you are in the deconstruction process, or if you're struggling in any way with thoughts or things, roles, or whatever you've been taught that you're just not feeling are genuine for you, Wendy is here to help. So I hope you enjoy our podcast. I can't wait to post it. Again, it's called She Became Visible, and we are.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for coming. We have a couple of things to cover today, so I'm going to try and move really quickly. To start off, why? Okay. Secondly is how come? How come? And finally, how dare you?
Hey, I wanted to make a comment on a comment that was made on one of my TikToks. I posted a picture. It was one of those fun, real type TikTok-y things. And someone made a very complimentary comment, but then they also said, I wouldn't work on the biceps or your arms any longer. And I was like, okay. And I think I responded by saying something like, then maybe you shouldn't work on your arms any longer, or something like that. But I wanted to talk a little bit about why I have some pretty great developed biceps. And it's not because I spend hours in the gym. I wish I could say that I spent, at least 4 hours in the gym every day, but I don't. And I do work on my biceps, and I do work on my triceps and my delts and all of the other arm muscles. But really the reason why my biceps are so developed is because I am the caregiver for a severely disabled child. Our youngest child has spastic quadriplegia, cerebral palsy, and I've been caring for him for 36 years. So I have been lifting him in and out of a bathtub, in and out of his wheelchair, in and out of bed, lifting him to put him in the car, lifting him to take him out of the car. I have been lifting him, and I am still lifting him, and he is 36, and he probably weighs between 110 and 115 pounds. And he's very thin, but the fact that he's very spastic makes him very stiff. And it's kind of like picking up a pile of wood sometimes. So anyway, because of that, I have some pretty great developed biceps. And I guess that's the silver lining, right? And I'm proud of my biceps. And I also work on my arms and the rest of my body so that I am physically able to care for this child. So I thought I would just throw that in, let you know that sometimes people's lifestyle kind of decides what their body type is like or what their physical attributes are. And maybe we should think about that before we make a comment. I remember seeing a young man that was being interviewed that lived in a third world country, and he had a fabulous six-pack. And the guy asked him if he worked out, and he was like, no. And it was kind of a silly question, but his lifestyle, the food that he took in, was very thin, and he worked at life. That's my message for today, is what happens when you just work at life. Okay, bye.
Butterfly in the sky, I can go twice as high. Take a look, it's in a book, a reading rainbow.
TikToks were too long, and that's why I'm not getting more followers. So from now
I don't feel anything.
Go on.
Apologize. I hate apologizing.
Go on.
Apologize. I hate apologizing.
Who's your celebrity doppelganger?
I have never been told I have one.
Really?
No.
You don't think you look like any celebrity?
No.
Hi, Andy. Who does she look like? Scarlett.
Here's an unpopular opinion for you, apparently. Mormons who stay in the Mormon church, even though they know that it's wrong, because they try to elicit change from the inside and be allies for the LGBTQ people who are also stuck inside the church. You realize that you are all inside the burning building together, and you think that by staying in the burning building, that the people who set the building on fire are going to suddenly hand you a water hose. The best thing that you can do is get yourself the fuck out, and then be able to help those on the inside get the fuck out. Is it complicated? Absolutely it's complicated. Get a little bit of courage.
Okay, I have a new toy. I just tried iMethod Beauty eyebrow stamp and eyebrow stencil kit. I've seen this on Instagram. I kind of wanted to try it, but I was a little bit afraid to try it. I've just done one eyebrow. One of the stencils was the exact shape of my natural brow. And the reason I wanted to try it is because I don't have a lot of eyebrows. It's not from overplucking. It's just genetics. I don't have a lot of eyebrows. I tried the microblading, and I have that left over. But you know, I use glycolic acid almost every night. That fades it after a while. Plus my eyebrows are also blonde, so I have to color them. So, you know, I've just always had very, very, very few eyebrows. So I wanted to try this iMethod stamp. So I've just done one eyebrow, and I'm going to do the next one. So this is the stamp that I chose because it absolutely follows the natural shape of my own eyebrow. And I love that. I think that is so cool. So, and I think the color is also very good. Okay, I'm kind of loving the iMethod Beauty eyebrow stamp. I'm kind of loving it. I also took a little trip to Sephora today, and White-Haired Wisdom, it's all your fault, because she always advertises is it Ilea? And I thought, oh, you know what? That looks really amazing. And so I ordered some, and I used White-Haired Wisdom as my code. And then somewhere I saw a little ad that said Sephora, and I thought, oh, can I get that at Sephora? That means I can go get it today, and I don't have to wait for it to come in the mail. So because I have ordered a couple of things and I am waiting for them to come in the mail, I just picked up the mascara, which I love, and I picked up the lip balm. So I'm kind of giving a shout out to Sephora.
Let's start a new trend. Upload your senior photo from high school and then show what you look like now. I'll go first.
Okay, just a little preview. I think those are dogwoods, aren't those dogwoods? I'm going to take a little exploration of the place, but see the red roof? That's my cabin. That's where I get to stay. So I'm going to go unload my car and get settled. All right. Okay, this is our chef, Garen. He's picking flowers that will be in our dinner tonight.
They're violets.
Oh, that's too much.
It's too much.
I can't handle it. It's too amazing. Dinner is served. My first night. Arugula and pear salad, seared sirloin steak served with zucchini, succotash, and rosemary and Dijon, crushed Yukon potatoes, and dessert is a chocolate Swiss roll. And
he felt very bad that dinner was delivered a little bit late, so he brought me a glass of wine, which I have no idea what it is because I'm not a wine drinker. But I thought that was very nice of him to do that. So I'm going to enjoy this beautiful gourmet dinner. There's my violets. There's the violets that, oh, did I get it? Yep. That he picked from the front yard. So amazing.
Do you know how weird it is being the same age as old people?
Good morning. As a mother who resigned membership from the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, otherwise known as Mormon, I did listen to General Conference this weekend, and I have a few reflections I'd like to make. As a mother, as someone who could not even think of another occupation at the time when I was young, of anything else but being a mother, I am absolutely disheartened and discouraged and blown away a little bit as to how the concept of a mother in heaven is being addressed by the leaders of the Mormon Church. I think about how I've spent this weekend celebrating my birthday alone, and I chose to do this because I love to spend my weekend alone so that I can contemplate, reflect, set new goals, think about things that I want to change or things that I'm grateful for. I heard from my children. My children contacted me and wished me a happy birthday. I can't imagine what it would be like to have given birth, had sacrificed my life in many ways, not only through the birthing process, but of rearing and nurturing these children to adulthood. I can't imagine there ever being a time when my husband would say to them, don't ever speak to your mother. Don't ever mention her name. We don't want to talk about her ever, ever again. I can't imagine that. And yet that's what the leaders of the Mormon Church are telling us, that whoever our mother is in heaven, or whatever part a woman, divine goddess, played in the creation or in our being, whatever that was, it's not important. It's not important enough to talk about. It's not important enough to pray about or to ask about. I think that's the most important thing. So we got a little preview of coming attractions. I'm sure we'll hear more about it today, but it doesn't look good, and I'm not encouraged.
Maybe you've heard this quoted from the book of James. You must believe and not doubt, because the one who doubts is like a wave of the sea. This is an example of something scholars call the rhetoric of warning that's found in the New Testament. It reflects the immediate urgency they felt about the gospel because Jesus had come and they believed his second coming was imminent. Authors use this rhetoric to compel their audience to action, kind of like a football team chaplain pumping up a team before their final game. Now, Old Testament texts like Psalms, Ecclesiastes, and Job do leave a lot of room for struggling and uncertainty. The Old Testament in general covers 1,000 years and more of day in and day out living. Plenty of time for doubts to arise. In this way, we, with 2,000 years of church history behind us, actually have more in common with Old Testament authors who struggle with doubt than with New Testament authors. Looking at the Bible as a whole, it's okay to ask questions. This isn't a clobber passage for folks who have questions about the Bible in the 21st century.
You know what? I could. I really could. But see, the problem is, I don't want to. I don't want to, so that's why. Love you, bye.
So I'm leaving the house because my mom said that she doesn't fucking love me anymore.
That's not even what I said.
What'd you say?
I said you're too old for an Easter basket.
That's the same fucking thing!
These amazing, unfactual, undocumented stories about mothers whose sacramental journey would leave her disappeared, just like her mother. And I have seen tears in her eyes. If the disappearance of the mother happened in my house or the house of my friend, I would call the police. I would shout out that something criminal had happened. But the disappearance of the mother of us all from the house in heaven seems to have occurred without much excitement, much notice, even and so very, very long ago. It looked to be a cold case indeed, and went on. That half of God can disappear is beyond absurd, as is the notion of separation in the house of God. For God is love, and love is indivisible. And the second thing we must tell you is this. We found her. We called out, and she answered. She was at home and receiving. Her disappearance was a sham, a story developed by men throughout history, men who coveted because, you know, if God is male, the male is God. Isn't that fabulous? I wonder if something like that will be read on Mother's Day in the sacraments throughout the LDS kingdom. I don't know. But anyway, Easter was very disappointing, and I don't have a lot of hopes for
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Alpha females don't run in packs. She's often alone, keeps her circle small, knows her power, and works in silence.
Something good. Something good. Seem to shine anymore. I know you'll be there for me. If it's trouble my way, I know that you'll be there right away. I know you'll be there for me. Oh, you never change. I can put that on this game.
Happy Mother's Day. I wanted all of you to think about today, if you are a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints and you attended a church service today that celebrated mothers, I want you to think about the hypocrisy and the irony of the latest conference talk that was given by Elder Renlund, where he talks about the absurdity of thinking or talking or asking God anything about a heavenly mother. I want you to think about the irony of being told that in order for us to reach the highest kingdom of salvation, we must have ordinances done that seal us together as an eternal family. But then we are told that as a mother, your name will never be spoken of, your children will have no relationship with you, and you will become an obscure, unknown figure, never to be spoken of or read about or talked about again. That seems very odd because I just had a wonderful experience with my daughter and my grandchildren. I would hate to think that after I die, even though they have technically been sealed to me, that I will have absolutely no relationship with them. So if you can get through that irony, good for you. I applaud your unquestioning belief, but I just want you to think about that when you hug your mother, who might perhaps be very ill, or you think about the mother that you lost during COVID and you talk about how you can't wait to see her again or hold her again. I want you to think about the fact that I don't know if that's really something that you'll be able to do, because she will be assigned other worlds to live in, and none of the children, spirit children that she supposedly creates, will ever be able to speak of her again. You will also have a different world or a planet to belong to. Start thinking about the craziness of the circle of the theology, and you will start to go, Why does none of this make sense, especially for women? There's your thought for Mother's Day. Have a great day. Bye.
Hey, new trend alert. I want y'all to drop the coldest picture out of your phone with your age, state, and sign. And let's see how you coming. Right now.
And then he'd walk around saying he didn't have a problem. Until he did. Until he couldn't support it anymore. And he'd get clean and he'd get sober, and then he was this thing again.
You know why? Because I watch this guy. Thanks for the people like Eric who take the time to coach us on social media, right? Have a great Friday.
If you are 30 or older, duet this or use this sound, and let's show the younger generation what it means to age gracefully.
No, I don't think you understand. I want to be successful and busy and have a flourishing social life. But I also want to do nothing and see no one ever.
That's the way that sounded the first time I heard it.
Fuck with me, fellas! This ain't my first time at the rodeo. You forget that.
I am not an expert in anything. I can't say that I am an expert in anything. But what I can say is that I am an excellent figurer-outer of most things.
Hey, I wanted to share this story with you. I'm just sitting underneath this luscious green canopy and the weather is so beautiful. And I was just reflecting back on the last little over a year and a half since I've resigned my membership from the Mormon Church. And I wanted to share a story with you of what happened. Before the bishop had received notice that I had resigned my membership, he called and asked if he could come over and issue me a calling. I told him that I was in the process of resigning my membership, and he said, "That's really sad, but can I come over and talk to you still?" So I said, sure. And so he came over and he came into the home and he sat down, and he never once asked me anything about why I had resigned my membership, what I was going through, what was my experience. But he proceeded to tell me about the pain and suffering that he had just been going through. He was just recently made bishop. He was in the process of filling spaces in different callings that needed to be filled. And he had been praying. He literally said, "I was praying in my closet, crying, tears, just absolute begging God to tell him who should fill these callings." And my name kept coming up. And when I told him I had resigned my membership, he couldn't understand why God would do this to him. And so finally he came to the conclusion that the reason why my name was so prevalent in his mind was that he needed to let me know that Heavenly Father loved me. I was like, I think I can find that out for myself, but thank you for sharing. And then at the very end, he asked me, "Have I spoken to," and he named a wonderful man in our ward. And I said, "No." And he said, "Well, you might want to talk to him because he had been married for over 25 years and his husband died and he had been his caretaker and he had suffered quite a bit, but he came back to activity in the church, and he's a very upstanding, faithful priesthood member. So you might want to talk to him." Not quite sure what that has to do with me, but thank you for telling me all of the suffering that some of the men have gone through, and why they stayed in the church, and I should also be staying in the church anyway. So just wanted to share that little bit of patriarchy with you today. And I was especially thinking about this wonderful gentleman being Pride Month. He is the best guy in the world, and we talk back and forth on Facebook, and he always has the best things to say. So anyway, there's hope, right? All right, have a great day. Hey guys, there is a new series on Netflix, at least it's new to me, I just found it. It's called Something Sweet, Pray and Obey, and it's a documentary of what went on in the FLDS Church in 2007, 2008, with how Warren Jeffs got arrested, why he was arrested. I find it very interesting now that I'm reading Wife Number 19 by Anna Louise Young. And if you compare her story as being a wife of Brigham Young to what was going on with Warren Jeffs, you will see that it's exactly the same. And even some of the money and businesses fell right in line with what Joseph Smith was doing. So before you get all up in arms about what the fundamentalists were doing back in 2007, or may still be doing it, I suggest you read your church history and find out that they are just continuing what was done in the past when the church was first organized, and I dare say probably is currently still going on. Great series. I think I'm on episode 4. Great book as well. Okay, here's a question for all of you hairstylists out there. I love to occasionally go to the dry bar and have someone else do my hair. It's very relaxing. But every time I have dry bar do my hair, I have this. Do you see this? This is either, I don't know if it's new growth or I don't know what it is. But regardless, when I do my hair, I don't have that problem. When dry bar does it, I have hairsprayed this to death and I can't get it to lay down. So what I want is some fabulous hairstylist to tell me why, when I have it done at dry bar, I get my little rooster hair thing. And why do I not have that problem when I do my own hair? So there you go. World hunger or figure out why my hair is doing this. That's the option you have. Return report. Goodbye.
Pick somebody else. Pick somebody else. I'm not addressing this crowd right now. Please pick somebody else. I'm at a 10. I'm at a 10. Please pick somebody.
I mean, yeah, I'm just finding it really hard to focus because it's 80 degrees and sunny. I just don't want to be working right now.
Things to say about social media.
Raven hair and ruby lips, sparks fly from her fingertips, echoed voices in the night. She's a red.
I'm thinking about it, I'm considering it, and I've decided. I'm in.
I thought it was a horrible decision. I think women should have the right to decide what happens with their bodies.
Every day. Not all day every day, but every day. The devil doesn't bargain, can only break your heart again.
Yep, that was it. Not the 100+ years of racism in the name of God, or the irreparable damage to those of us in the queer community, or the subjugation of women, or lies about the Book of Mormon. Apricot trees.
How many of you have had an opportunity to watch on Netflix Misha and the Wolves? It's a fascinating story about a woman who was able to deceive not only her small town in the Midwest, but all of Europe, Hollywood, Oprah, and they finally made a movie in France about her story. Her story ended up being a complete false narrative. And I love the words at the end. I won't spoil it for you, but I believe it was an attorney who commented on the naivety of us to believe someone's story and also to excuse her behavior for her believing her story. And it reminded me so much of the religious dogma being told about Joseph Smith that we believed, even though evidence proved otherwise. Would you like to win a free adult-size Minky Couture? All you have to do is follow, like, and share at Minky Couture St. George, at Minky Couture, and at Go Gray Dame. Like, follow, and share, and you can go to the website and choose any print, any pattern, and any size Minky Couture that you would like. It's so easy. Once you've tried Minky Couture, if you have a throw, you will throw it out because they are the best. They even have baby size all the way up to adult size. So follow, like, and share today. Good luck.
In the morning and think,
That can't be accurate. That's...
I need to be the one to make a report, you know, before I ever start working with them.
Okay.
And sometimes the parent will say, well, I really don't want to. And I said, well, you are a mandated reporter, and if you don't protect your child, you can actually get charged with neglect by DCS for failure to protect, like, what, you know, what's wrong with you. So
right. Interesting, because
yeah.
I know in this particular case, they were, according, you know, allegedly, they were told by the church attorneys to encourage other people to report. So, like, well, you know, you don't report, but can you get the wife to report, or can you get somebody else to report? And she, one of the things that made me just absolutely like, was on the second response from the church, they kind of put the two parents together, and they said, you know, neither one of the parents did anything, and the wife served some jail time. The husband committed suicide when he was in custody of the police, and so almost like, well, it was both their fault. And it was like, okay, we need to talk about the abused wife.
Apparently, if this filter looks good on you, your ancestors are witches.
Hey, good morning. It's hump day, right? It's Wednesday. And I have to share with you this morning how my day's going. I thought it would be very interesting just to kind of share with you how my day's going. First of all, I'm going to start out with a little preview. What is that you're all saying? Let me show you where it goes. Do you see this? This, my friends, is a protein shake that I just spilled over my entire body. Well, not my entire body. Obviously, my head is still clear. But my lap and my car is filled with a blueberry protein shake. Now, I was on my way to F45, but I thought I will stop off and get some milk for my protein shake. And then I just bought a blend jet, and it doesn't really come with really good instructions, but I briefly read over them. I figure I'm not stupid. I know how to use a blender, right? So I charged it up, brought it with me, stopped at the store, got some milk, put the milk in it, turned it on, blended my little shake. I thought, this is fun. And then I unscrewed it, because I thought that's what you did. I thought you unscrewed it, brought the top with you, and then you left the motor wherever you were. Well, you don't do that. So I unscrewed it and I dumped the entire shake on my lap. So I'm not going to my exercise class, I'm going home. Which, by the way, I was going to be late to anyway, because even though I have 14 grandchildren and am typically what you would consider an empty nester, I do have a disabled adult child that I have to care for. So in order for me to leave my home and go do things, I have to have someone there to help me, either my husband or we have a fabulous caregiver. And so I thought that I could, you know, I didn't thought, oh, I don't want to bother him this morning. I don't want to tell him that I need him to be there early because my husband's going to be gone. But he usually gets there early, so I'm just going to, anyway, so he got there early as usual, but not early enough. And so I was already rushing to my class and I was already going to be late. And so that's how the day started as well. And then I dumped my protein shake all over my lap. So right now I'm going home and I'm going to change my clothes, take a bath, and try to start my day back over again. So that's how my Wednesday's going. How's your Wednesday going? Happy Wednesday! Okay, this is Nancy and Janice. I just met them at the grocery store. It's Nancy's birthday. She's 69 and Janice is 82. They are best friends and they belong to 3 Red Hat societies. They also get together on their own. This is a perfect example of becoming visible, knowing who you are, enjoying your third act, and the gray season of your life. I love it. All right, guys. Thanks so much. Bye. Hey, guys. This is a preview of coming attractions. I'm at Pod Populi. That's where I record my podcast. And I wanted to tell you, next week, I'm going to have the confident hippie, Sasha Piton, on the show. She's coming in from Idaho, and we're going to be sitting down and talking all about her social media journey, where she was, where she is, how she got there. And if any of you were followers of Sasha when she used to go under the moniker of the Mormon hippie, she is now going by the Sasha Piton, both on her TikTok and in her Instagram posts. And so find her there. It's SASHA, Sasha Piton, which is Piton. It's French. So we would probably just say Piton, but that's just so ugly. So we're gonna go by with Piton because that's much better. Anyway, you guys all know Sasha. You love Sasha. If you haven't heard of Sasha, get on her Instagram, look her up, Sasha Piton, the Sasha Piton, easy to find. Go back down through all of her videos and everything. You'll get to know her a little bit better. She's absolutely gorgeous, and her spirit is amazing. She knows who she is, and she doesn't mind telling you about it. So it's going to be a great show. See you next week on She Became
Sweaty Weather. Sweaty
yes,
Weather.
Sweaty Weather.
Sweaty Weather.
Not Sweaty Weather, Sweaty Weather.
Sweaty Weather.
Yeah.
Look at this. We're so profesh.
Raven hair and ruby lips, sparks fly from her fingertips, echoed voices in the night. She's a red.
I'm a retired professor, and this article's been getting a lot of buzz. It's about a retired Princeton professor, goes to NYU, teaches organic chemistry, and gets fired. I'm retired from Duke, not Princeton. I'm a geophysicist, not a chemist, but my wife's a chemist, and I'm gonna read between the lines. One, organic chemistry is hard. It's supposed to be hard. It's a weed out class for medical school, also for chemistry students. And weed out classes are good because do you want a dumb doctor? No, you want a smart one, and it doesn't matter if your doctor doesn't use a shred of organic chemistry in her or his practice. You want your doctor to be a good scientist, and that's what the process of taking classes like organic chemistry is about, training your doctor to be a good scientist. 2, he got fired not because he was teaching too hard a class. He got fired because tens of students who expected the class to be hard, they knew it was a weed out class, signed a petition. That's a red flag. He must have been doing a terrible job, so let's look at why. And the obvious reason is that he's 80-something years old. When you're that age, the odds of you being able to connect to 20-year-olds or lecture, it takes a lot of energy to lecture in front of a class, and do it effectively are next to zero. Dollars to donuts, the professor was doing a bad job in an essential weed out class. That's why he got fired. But why was he hired? Because NYU is not a top-tier university, but it wants the look of prestige. That obsessive search for prestige goes back to NYU's past president, John Sexton, a strange fellow who always sought the trappings of prestige without its substance. So NYU...
Hey, this is Elder Isaac Morrison. He is a 70, one of the general authorities in the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, also known as Mormon. And he gave a talk on Sunday afternoon at LDS conference. And I have to tell you, this was the most disturbing talk that I've heard in a long time. Even above Elder Renlund's talk. Elder Renlund's talk was just another eye-rolling, oh, dude, seriously. But Elder Morrison's talk was disturbing. And I don't blame him. And look, this is he and his beautiful wife. I love that. I think that they're a beautiful couple. But what bothered me was obviously English is a second language for him. And I believe that he had help in making this talk. And I also don't think that a lot of the nuances of different languages are sometimes translated. So he gave a talk and he told the story of how while he was serving as stake president, they came home from church and from a church activity, and his 3 sons were playing in the compound when his wife felt that something was wrong. She asked him to go check on the boys, and he didn't say why he didn't, but when they got through cleaning up, they went and they found that their 18-month-old baby had drowned in a bucket. And then he went on to say, jokingly, what I learned was A, you should always listen to your wife, and B, listen to A, which everyone in the audience laughed. It was so disturbing. Number one, it glossed over the fact that his wife had received inspiration that needed to be taken care of, and he ignored it. And I don't know him, and I don't know what his personality is, but that was scary right there. And then the whole idea that this was just something that happened, like I got a flat tire, and everyone laughed and they went on. It was soul cringy. And I don't blame Elder Morrison, as I said, for this, because I think there's a language translation issue. But I am upset that this story was allowed to be given this way. I'm just curious how all of you reacted. And did you have the same reaction that I did?
The women in their 50s, this generation of 50-year-olds, what?
Hey guys, just a little heads up. I posted a trailer today on my podcast, She Became Visible. You can find it under the Mormon Discussions umbrella, or you can find it standing alone, She Became Visible, anywhere that you listen to your podcasts. I also post on YouTube under the moniker Go Gray Dame. And you can find both She Became Visible and Go Gray Dame by just typing that into the YouTube search. So I wanted to let everyone know that next Wednesday at 1 p.m. Arizona time, I'm going to be interviewing Lila Tuller. And Lila has told her story a couple of years ago on Mormon Stories, but we're going to catch up. It's going to be strictly girl talk. She Became Visible is an entirely women-led podcast. We only interview women. I don't interview men. And I love that Bill Reel was smart enough to realize that there were a lot of male voices out there, and he actually solicited for women to submit applications, knowing that there needed to be more women-led podcasts. And I am so proud to be part of that. So listen to my trailer and then get ready to comment live next Wednesday, shebecamevisible.org. Okay, bye.
Let me tell you something. Liars don't heal. Liars don't heal. So you can eat all the wheatgrass you want, and you could do all this stuff with seeds and vegetables. But an honest person who eats cat food will go further than you. Dishonest people, people who...
To all you women in your 20s who are single, listen to me, because I want you to be happy faster. Lower your expectation. You're not a princess. Your father lied to you. I'm going to marry somebody rich. Probably not. But if you really want to be rich in the things that matter, find a real man, a family man, a man that wakes up every day and goes to work. You will be happy and you'll be rich. And I know you young girls are like, oh my God, I want that. But can he also have abs? No. Men that work hard don't have abs. We have one ab.
Yourself with thoughts of failure. Do not set goals far beyond your capacity to achieve. Simply do what you can do in the best way you know, and the Lord will accept of your effort.
Hello. Do you want to play with me? Let's play a game. The rules are very simple. Come over here and I'll show you. Don't be afraid.
What's something that people glamorize that's actually just extremely toxic?
Okay, this might be very unpopular, but here I go. Mission trips. They reinforce the white savior complex.
They can be very harmful, degrading, dehumanizing, and even racist. For the most part, they're self-serving and self-aggrandizing. Sure, are there some good mission trips out there? Of course there are. The most effective ones are the ones who collaborate with the local people, figure out what needs to be done, empower those people to continue to create those programs that will be sustainable long after the white people leave. But those images from your mission trip sure do look good on your church's website, don't they? And on your own personal Facebook profile. So sweet. And you might actually be doing more harm than good to the people that you're trying to help. Because if the government is oppressive in that country, then you might be contributing to that oppression. How? By showing up and filling in the gaps that they won't. Makes it easy for them to stay in power. Something to think about. Happy Halloween to one and all. I hope that all of you are taking advantage of this most celebrated, or should be most celebrated, holiday. It is the most wonderful holiday of all. But regardless, I wanted to put a quick TikTok on here because I'm looking for people to connect with who are in the process of deconstructing, but also in my demographic, which is over the age of 60. I was able to take advantage of attending the Thrive event this last weekend while I was in Utah with family celebrating Halloween. And so it's one of many Thrive events that I have been able to attend. And what I've noticed in all of the Thrive events that I've attended, there is a lack of people in my demographic, which is 60 and above. Not that there aren't some, but the level of attendance in my demographic is very, very low. And so I have to question and wonder if it's because in my demographic, age 60 and above, most people have come to a place in their life where they are content. They have gone through a lot. They've raised their children. Children are grown and gone. They themselves have either retired or their spouse has retired, and they're settling into a calmer, more serene, accepting purpose of their life. And that could be a part of it. I'm also curious to just speak with people who have felt as though they would like to deconstruct, or they would like to leave the community of the LDS Church, but at this time in their life, it's not worth it. They don't want to leave their friends that they've had for 40 years. They don't want to disrupt their family life, possibly lose communication with family members. I don't know. That's what I'm curious about. I myself am the parent of a severely disabled adult child. And the fact that I am still a caregiver at age 68 played a big role in my deconstruction. And so that's one reason for me. And I'd love to talk to people and find out what their reasons are as well. So if you would reach out to me on shebecamevisible.org, which is my podcast website, I would love for you to connect. I would love to talk to more women, especially who are in their 60s, who have either deconstructed or who are physically in but mentally out. And I just want to hear the story from that demographic, if you don't mind sharing with me. Pew by myself. And so my husband always got himself up and dressed and went to church for his various meetings. Literally 3 weeks after we were married, we were back in Japan, and my 22-year-old husband was put in the branch presidency. He sat on the stand and I sat alone in the pews. I actually got asked out on a date. I said, I don't know, you'll have to ask my husband. But no one even knew or thought that I would be married because I sat by myself all the time. So I just find it very interesting that now I get up on Sunday mornings, I go do something for self-care. My husband is at home getting himself dressed like he has his whole entire life. And so it's like, but then I'm going to be taking care of my son as soon as we tag out. So I'm still taking care of children by myself. I just find that very, very telling. I feel like that's very telling. Let's talk about patriarchy.
Just like this iced coffee in the morning wakes me up the way I want it. Such a rush, I'm tripping and falling. Got my sunshine pouring like an iced coffee.
President Nelson, we could really use some of your direct...
Have you ever stopped to consider why you believe what you believe? Have you ever thought about why you chose the religion you chose? Why do you believe in Jesus Christ as the only means to eternal salvation, and not in karma or reincarnation? Why do you believe that Allah is the one true God and Muhammad is his prophet, and not in the Four Noble Truths of the Buddha? Why do you hold to the Torah as the only revealed word of God, and not the Bhagavad Gita? Dear believer, do you ever wonder why your heaven resembles a utopian earth and is composed of the same base elements found right here on this planet? Do you ever wonder why your deity governs within a power structure that resembles that of the specific time and place in which your holy text was written? Do you ever wonder why your God looks just like you or the animals with whom you share the planet? Dear believer, is the faith you practice the dominant one within your culture? Do you not find it at least a little suspicious that the overwhelming majority of all religious believers adopt the religion of the society into which they were born, yet remain convinced they've lucked out or been divinely admitted into the one true faith? Does it not make you at least somewhat apprehensive that almost every person of faith chooses belief not because of its virtues, supporting evidence, moral codes, or expression of worship, but rather because it was what they were born into? Why, out of the abundance of faith choices available, does almost every believer on the planet choose the faith that's within arm's reach? Are you a Christian?
This kind of faith is really the perfection of narcissism. I mean, God loves me. Don't you know? He cured me of my eczema. He makes me feel so good while singing.
Brothers and sisters, don't be afraid to pursue your goals, even your dreams.
Likewise, there are no greater roles for a woman than those of wife and mother.
It was never intended by the Lord that married women should compete with men in employment.
Do you wish to marry a girl whose education has been far superior to your own?
If mother's working outside of the home, see if there are ways to change that.
There is no more beautiful picture than that of a good woman cooking a meal.
Where are there mothers gathered in the kitchen?
The counsel of the church has always been for mothers to spend their full time in the home.
You do not need some of the extravagances that working outside the home might bring.
Some argue that a career is everything and marriage and children should be entirely optional.
You are housekeepers. What a job it is to keep a house clean and tidy.
Homemaking is the highest, most noble profession to which a woman may aspire.
Young women, you will be the ones who will provide the example of virtuous womanhood and motherhood. You will understand your roles and your responsibilities, and thus will see no need to lobby for rights.
Lying? What do I have to gain? I have lost my reputation. I've lost friends. I've lost credibility. I have lost my standing as a member of the community. Did I gain good things when I left? Yeah, it has taken me a long time, but I've gained new friends. I've gained new respect elsewhere. But the things that I lost were massive. So what do I gain? What do I gain by just going out there and spreading lies? It is so much easier to stay a believer. It's easy. It's easy to just close your eyes, turn your head away, and disregard the evidence and pay no attention to all of the problematic things about the church. It's easy to do that. It's hard to walk away. It's hard to be outspoken. It's hard to stand up for truth. I didn't have anything to gain by leaving the church and lying other than my own self-respect, other than keeping my personal integrity intact, other than being able to look at myself in the mirror and be satisfied with the person looking back at me, being able to respect my reflection. Now let's talk about the second part of this. Let's talk about the anger part. I am just an angry person. This doesn't surprise me that so many Mormons say this. They use this, you're angry, as, something against us, because we're groomed, we're taught from the time that we're tiny that anger and negativity and these kinds of things are just from the adversary. So we're taught that anger is a bad thing. So then when we see somebody being angry, we automatically associate it with something negative. When the truth of the matter is, being angry because you were hurt, because you were betrayed, because you were lied to, because everything that you built your world around was a lie, and that you were harmed in the process of building your entire world around this, only to discover that those at the top who supposedly had your best interest at heart were lying to you. Yet it's a bad thing. It's something abnormal to be angry about that. Mormons have to believe that you're the problem, that you're just an offensive liar, and you're just angry because they can't bear to look at the evidence and think critically and change their entire worldview. I get it. It's really scary, and it's really hard to do that. And it takes a very strong person to do those things and break the cycle. They're just not strong enough. I hope that one day they are.
Who were robbed of their land and humanity are still with us. And Japanese elders who were forced into concentration camps are still with us. And Jewish elders who were denied asylum during the Holocaust are still with us. And LGBT Americans who continue to suffer violent hate crimes are still with us. And Asian elders denied the right to immigrate and be with families only because they're Asian are still with us. Then why do we pretend the people and systems who committed those atrocities are magically gone?
I didn't do anything. I'm not lying to you.
Okay.
You know I don't lie to you. What are you worried about? What are you worried about? Harper, what is with these questions?
Okay, I'm driving down the road and I'm looking at some of the beautiful Christmas lights that are up. And so I'm thinking about the story of Christmas. And it's so funny how when you are a believing Christian and you hear the story of the birth of Christ, you just go along with it. And you're like, yes, that all happened. But then when you really start thinking about it, especially with an LDS viewpoint, where we believe that we are daughters and sons literally of a heavenly Father, that Jesus Christ is our brother, which would also mean that everyone on this earth is the daughter or son of a heavenly Father. Then Mary is the daughter of a heavenly Father, which makes her our sister, which means that God had sex with his daughter, and that's why Jesus is our brother. And also the fact that God had sex with Mary, and according to Bruce R. McConkie, literally had sex, which means she really wasn't a virgin. So now I'm confused. And that's all I have to say. It's like, if you really start thinking about it, it doesn't make sense, especially from a literal Mormon concept of who our Father is, how spirit children were created, and how they came to earth and then became bodies, but we're all brothers. I don't know. I don't know. Merry Christmas.
I'm a professional actor, and I'm getting paid to tell you about a revolutionary new product. For years, a bunch of marketing fuckboys have tricked you into thinking that water is just some girly drink for yoga moms. Just look at all the cute brand names and dainty little bottles. Well, hold on to your hot dogs, because I got news. Water isn't cute. Water is deadly. It kills innocent surfers and snowboarders and kayakers. Every year, water is responsible for thousands and thousands of deaths. Energy drinks only kill, like, what, 1 or 2 kids? So please, don't fall for the marketing bullshit. Water is not yoga responsibly.
Happy New Year. Well, 2022 was an exciting year, one that I would wish on my worst enemy only. It was terrible and it ended catastrophically, but regardless, there were teaching moments in it. And I am going into 2023 with a new vision and an experience that has taught me some things. But one of the things that I wanted to share with you is I just recently learned something which I found very, very interesting. I just had my nails done and I'm feeling a little better after experiencing the flu and also the horrible things that happened in December. But regardless, one of my favorite movies is The Birds. And it's one of those movies that we baby boomers found terribly frightening and exciting and amazing, that what they could do with cinematography. And of course, Tippi Hedren was the star, and I thought she was so beautiful. And the male lead, golly, why can't I think of his name? Anyway, so handsome. So just the best movie ever. And it's amazing when you try to show it to your children now, telling them how scary it is, that it's nothing to them. But regardless, anyway, so I just found out that Tippi Hedren is really the catalyst that helped the Vietnamese women who came to the United States after the fall of Vietnam in the mid-70s, helped them to find some kind of work that they could do. They were admiring her nails, and she thought, oh, this is something that these women that were in these refugee camps could do. And so she brought over her nail artist, showed some of the women how to do silk wraps, and basically got them started. Like there were about 20 women, got them started in the nail manicure business. And that is how everything took off. And if any of you get your nails done, you probably have experienced the fact that most of the nail salons are Vietnamese. I just thought that was amazing that she made a few movies. She got a little disenchanted with Hollywood and devoted the rest of her life to nonprofits, helping other people, definitely a service-oriented person. And it just reminded me of what I've learned in 2022 and how I hope to improve my own set of values in 2023. So I hope all of you are going into your resolutions with something on that level, and that you will find something that you can devote yourself to in 2023. Happy New Year. Happy Monday. It's January 23rd. It has been almost a month from the date that our youngest child passed away. He died on Christmas morning, literally in my arms. It was not the way that I had ever envisioned that he would pass away. And I think that that probably is the experience of most people. If you have or live with a person that suffers with a chronic disease of any kind, who has lived with pain for many years, you visualize how you think they will die. I doubt that any of the way that we visualize that, I doubt that that ever is truly the way that it happens, but I would be interested to hear from you. Regardless, our son was born with a diaphragmatic hernia. He required immediate surgery. He suffered lack of oxygen because of my placenta previa and his diaphragmatic hernia, which caused his lungs to not be developed properly. Therefore, he had brain damage, which caused cerebral palsy. Even though he was cortically blind and physically non-ambulatory and not able to do anything on his own, he lived a pretty happy, amazing life. And he gave us a very happy, amazing life. What is really astounding is how our families, my husband's family versus my family, has dealt with this loss. Our own children, his 5 siblings, have dealt with it in the most amazing way. And I think that I've just listened to a spiritual message from No Nonsense Spirituality, Britt Hartley, and she talked about how we all come to our spirituality from different platforms, whether we're deconstructing or we're coming from an atheism up to a Christianity or a belief in some kind of spiritualism. But the most important thing, I think, in any kind of spiritual journey is getting outside of a performance religion and finding your own way to spirituality. And our son's celebration of life, which we held last Saturday, was completely outside of the box. It was beautiful. It was amazing. And I want to thank the people who took time out of their Saturday to join us. I was amazed at the people that were there. I was amazed at the people that weren't there. So death is an experience as birth.
And I wanted to thank all of you who have been with us this last month and have given us such love.
My first observation, I have heard some that would try to decouple or disconnect Jesus Christ from his church and his apostles by saying things like, I follow Jesus, not the church, or I follow the Savior, not the apostles. To those who say this, I would simply say, it's not possible. You cannot accept Jesus Christ and reject his church or his authorized messengers. You cannot come to Christ without coming to his church, and you cannot come to his church without accepting his prophets.
When I was in law school, there was no women's bathroom. So maybe
Okay, I don't know whether it's because I've gotten old, but I went to church with my husband today because we're on vacation, and what else are you going to do on Sunday morning, right? And there was a lot of empty spaces in the pews. I don't know anything about this particular ward. There were a lot of people sitting on the hard folding chairs in the gymnasium. So here's my thing. Is it because I haven't been to church in a couple of years that my hearing has become more attuned to loud screaming babies? Or perhaps President Nelson, instead of calling people lazy learners, he should stand up at the pulpit and say, you're lazy parents. You're in a freaking gymnasium. Why do you think it's okay to let your little girl run around in the back with the echo that comes from being in a gymnasium? Why do you think it's okay to let your baby screech at 5,000 decibels in the gymnasium completely during the entire hour? Why is that okay? So that's my complaint. The other question I have is, if you've been asked to give a talk in sacrament, maybe it's a good idea to spend a little bit of time in preparation. We're not winging it. There are very few people that can wing it. And I was like, okay. My third observation is, can we take out all the songs and the hymns that are at a glacial funeral pace? Okay, to finish up that quick draft, I just was comparing the sacrament meeting that we went to in Utah to the Christian meeting that we had gone to in Portland, where there was a young man, probably in his early 40s, that spoke for over an hour, very well executed, researched, just a sermon about Jesus, how he dealt with the leper, how he dealt with shame, how he dealt with trauma, how that all affects us, how he dealt the story of Job. He just went on and on and on about the how Jesus, and it was just very Jesus based. And I compared that to the two speakers in sacrament meeting. The one gentleman literally read an article from ESPN about some Queen Creek football players who protected and really took on a young lady that was had some kind of disability, and then that was it, the ESPN article about football players. And then a young woman who got up and just kind of babbled with nothing, had nothing to say. So that was my comparison. We need more theologians in our meetings. I'm not okay with the lay ministry anymore. Okay, bye. Okay, if any of you are looking for a book to read, may I suggest you read Bart Ehrman's Heaven and Hell. It is so fascinating coming from the Mormon Church, being an ex-Mormon, and having your eyes opened to the idea of a spirit world versus purgatory. For the idea of having to pray for your dead relatives and actually speaking their name when you take the Eucharist, or what we would call the sacrament, I would highly probably compare that to doing work for the dead so that they aren't left in purgatory, aka spirit world. Paying for your sins, paying so for your ancestors' sins, I would equate that with tithing. It is amazing to see the similarities of what we think is original doctrine and finding out that no, this is very present day doctrine from most evangelical churches who follow Paul. And it's amazing that we don't follow all of Paul's suggestions. Like, we are not all virgins. We do not all condemn sex the way Paul did. So there's just a lot of cherry picking going on. So I just find that absolutely fascinating. So I would highly recommend. Okay, here's the answer to that question. Where will you go? You will go to F45, and then you will go home and you will do a podcast, and then you will go play pickleball. That is what you will do. So that's my schedule for today. But mostly I wanted to tell you about my podcast because many of you, if you are a Mormon Stories fan, groupie, then you will remember a year or so ago, Chandler Roberson was on Mormon Stories, and Chandler is actually a good friend of ours. Her family are good friends of ours. And so she is going to be my guest on She Became Visible. She is a beautiful example of finding herself and standing up and saying, I'm important and I have value, and I love her, and she's going to be my guest today. So we will be live on She Became Visible Facebook page and also on Go Grey Dame YouTube. So you can watch it live at 11 a.m. or I will be posting it on shebecamevisible.org, and She Became Visible under Mormon Discussions, and singularly anywhere that you listen to your podcast, you can find She Became Visible. So join me today and comment if you have any questions or anything for Chandler. Go ahead and write those down and send those, because I would love to interact with you. So that's my plan for the day. I don't know what you have planned, but it is sunny and beautiful here in Arizona, and I think my day is going to be just filled with beauty. Okay, hope yours is as well. Bye. Okay, I like this. I like this rays of sun pouring down upon me. It makes me feel as though I'm giving a revelation. I just wanted to take a minute here. You know, a lot of people have talked about their deconstruction. And one of the things that I like is the understanding that people do not go into the deconstruction process with the idea that they're going to tear down the church. I would guess, a very large percentage of people that go into deconstruction go into it to fight against what they're hearing about people when people say why they've left the church. And that was totally me. I had heard so much about this CES letter, and I was like, what is the big deal? So I actually downloaded it and I read it. It did not affect my testimony whatsoever. I was still the believing person who thought, whatever, I don't care if there's horses or steel swords or whatever. I don't care. That's just an infallible man who is telling the story with what he knew. Did not affect me whatsoever. For some people, it did. What turned my switch on for finding more truth was actually reading 2 books that are published by an active member of the church that you probably can find in Deseret Book. One of them is the biography of David O. McKay, and the second one is Gays and the Mormons, both by Greg Prince, who I love. But whom I love? And the reason why it really flipped my switch and sent me down the rabbit hole was because it brought to my attention the corporate aspect of the church. I had always heard that Tom Hanks hated the Mormon church. And I thought, why? What's the big deal? Well, then I read about Prop 8 in California. I read about the lies and the power and the dysfunction that was used to promote this agenda, which the church had no business getting involved in. And then I read the biography of David O. McKay, who I think was a really good man trying to do good things, but people took advantage of him. That Ezra Taft Benson, he loved Ezra Taft Benson, and he went behind his back and did things, and there was no consequences to his behavior. These are the things that sent me searching for more. What else did I not know about church history? And once I read more information on the polygamy and other things, that was the beginning. So there you go. I just wanted to explain myself. I wasn't searching for evil. I did not want to sin. I wanted to know the truth.
The car born by Champs?
Well, boys and girls, I have finally had the experience of having to deal with a gospel principle that created tension and awkwardness in my home. So I have bragged, I will admit before, that leaving the church was easy for me because A, our children are grown and gone. B, most of our children have left the church as well. C, I have a very small family and only one brother is a member of the church, and my mother is crazy, so I didn't care what she thought. And we don't live in Utah, and my neighbors are not Mormons. So that was my, so I just thought, you know what, this is doctrine I cannot get behind, so I'm out of here. And it was a pretty easy transition. My husband and I did have to work through some things, but basically I've come out pretty easily. But finally, I have had something that hit us that we have had to work hard on. So I have posted some information before. Our youngest son was severely disabled. He had cerebral palsy. He was cortically blind. He was completely non-ambulatory, and he suffered quite a bit, which we really will never know how much he suffered because he was nonverbal, but he suffered quite a bit. He did have, of course, a name and a blessing when he was born, and he actually had a patriarchal blessing when he was younger. But he did not need to be baptized, nor did he need to have any temple ordinances done. But now that he has passed on, I actually had a family member that wanted to go to the temple and do his temple work for him. And I went crazy. I said, that is not necessary. He is a perfect person. According to your beliefs, this child was born perfect and will not be held accountable for any kinds of sin whatsoever. He was sealed to his parents, and that is all that needs to be done. And they said no. I called the temple and asked them if I could do the work for my son who was mentally disabled. And they said, oh yeah, sure. He just has to be gone for 30 days and then you can bring his name in and do his work. And I said, I think that temple matron is wrong. And he said, no, she went and asked the recorder. And he said, yeah, you can do that. So if you look it up in the handbook, you'll see this. Those who are not accountable do not need to be baptized regardless of age. You cannot do temple work unless baptism is not a part of it. So this became a great problem for me, and I had a huge issue. And now I'm actually grateful because I can understand a little bit more how much the doctrines of this church hurt people and marginalize people, including the dead, severely disabled Mormon/Baptist. So that might explain a lot of how strict it was. But one of the things that Nathan said was, in his therapy, his therapist once told him, when Nathan was explaining his experience as being a black member of the church, he said, it sounds as though you're in an abusive relationship where you think you're going to stay, because if you stay, you'll make a difference. But in reality, you will never change the abuser. And I thought, yeah, that's what I've said all along. It's all of these women who are benevolent sexists, who believe their gender role, who believe that men have an agentic purpose and that their role is to completely support them. They are living in an abusive relationship, and they feel as though if they stay, if they complain, if they go to girls' camp and don't tell the girls not to wear a two-piece bathing suit, that they're going to make a big difference, and that those 15 men, white men in Utah, are going to hear them and make changes. And I'm telling you that you're not going to make a difference whatsoever, as Kevin Hamilton just recently pointed out. So I thought it was wonderful. Please go and listen to it. But the other thing I wanted to say was, how many of you are going to the Thrive in St. George this coming weekend? I am, and I'm excited to meet many of you, and I hope to meet some of you fabulous women who I can interview on my podcast. So see you in St. George. Good morning. Is this not a beautiful morning in St. George, Utah? I am just entering the Hilton Garden Inn in St. George, Utah. I'm going to be attending the Thrive event this weekend. I'm so excited to hear Alan and Katie Mount and all of the speakers are going to be there, Bill and Amanda Reel and Anthony Miller and RFM, and it's just going to be great. I'm really, really excited to be here. So far, so good. Beautiful day, beautiful people.
Book control. It and us. Some of you have traveled significant distance to be here. I can only imagine some of the ideas and feelings and desires that are stirring inside of you that would have you come all this way to be here. Amanda and I and all the folks who have spoke and will speak to you and who have organized this, we're all glad you're here. We hope you find what you need.
Good morning. Is this not a beautiful morning in St. George, Utah? I am just entering the Hilton Garden Inn in St. George, Utah. I'm going to be attending the Thrive event this weekend. I'm so excited to hear Alan and Katie Mount and all of the speakers are going to be there, Bill and Amanda Reel and Anthony Miller and RFM, and it's just going to be great. I'm really, really excited to be here. So far, so good. Beautiful day, beautiful people.
Book control. it and us. Some of you have traveled significant distance to be here. I can only imagine some of the ideas and feelings and desires that are stirring inside of you that would have you come all this way to be here. Amanda and I and all the folks who spoke and will speak to you who have organized this, we're all glad you're here. We hope you find what you need.
Oh, fuck, I look like shit. Oh, fuck, I look like shit. Oh, this tastes like shit. Oh, I gotta take a shit. Oh, this is gonna feel like shit. Best day ever. Can't wait to do it again tomorrow.
So, guys, I do not look like this. I can tell you that for a fact. Yeah. I wish I did look like this, but I don't.
Oh, hey, I'm just coming in to do a pre-record, get some things set up for my podcast that I'm going to be doing on Sunday. And I wanted to let you know about it. If any of you remember Chandler Roberson on Mormon Stories, well, she's actually a good friend of ours. Her and her family, we lived very near each other. Her parents are amazing. We used to date night with them every weekend. And I kind of watched Chandler grow up just a little bit. She's going to be my guest on Sunday, and I wanted to let you know. So 11 a.m., shebecamevisible.org. You can sit in and listen as Chandler and I catch up. She can remind me a little bit about some of the things that she shared on Mormon Stories. And maybe we can delve a little bit deeper into where she's at currently and how she's feeling about her life situation. So I wanted to share that with you. You know, I have a bookshelf full of books, but it's around the corner. So I can't have that proverbial background of books that makes me look really smart. But anyway, I like my background. It's my bedroom, and I love our bedroom. It's very cozy. So anyway, join us 11 a.m. on Sunday morning. She Became Visible. You can comment on it, and I would love to have you comment. I haven't quite figured out how to do that live call stuff yet. I'll have to have Bill help me out with that. But in the meantime, put it on your calendar. Hopefully you'll be joining us. And if not, I'll be posting it on Mormon Discussions. And also you can find She Became Visible anywhere that you listen to podcasts. So, and you can watch it live on my Facebook page, She Became Visible, or on one of my YouTube channels, which is Go Gray Dame. You can watch it live there. So there you go. Sunday morning, be there, 11 a.m. She Became Visible. Listen as Chandler Roberson and I chat. All right? Okay, bye-bye. Hey, happy Friday. I wanted to personally invite you to my podcast this Sunday, She Became Visible. It will be live at 11 a.m. Arizona time. And remember, you, not us, but you will be experiencing daylight savings time. So 11 a.m. Arizona time, which is the same as Pacific time now. And I will be interviewing Shalise Ann Sola and her mom, Lisa. If any of you are familiar with Shalise, she is the producer and host of a podcast called Cults to Consciousness. It's amazing. It is professional. It's articulate. It's interesting. She has some really great guests on there. But I found, of course, one of my favorite guests that Shalise has spoken with is her mom, Lisa. And that's because her mom is about my age. And so we have a lot of similar experiences in the church. We were there at the same time as a lot of the Camelot eras, the Ezra Taft Benson era. And I love the relationship that Lisa has with her daughter, Shalise. So it's going to be a very fun podcast. I just wanted to invite you, remind you to tune in live on either YouTube, Mormon Discussions. You can find it under She Became Visible, or on YouTube, you can find it under Go Gray Dame, and you can find it live on She Became Visible on Facebook. So no excuse, you'll be able to find it somewhere on Sunday. I hope you'll listen, and I would love for you to comment. All right, have a great weekend, and we'll see you all on Sunday. You know, one of the things that I think is so funny is looking back on my deconstruction, I realized that it wasn't that I really deconstructed. It was just that I finally put my foot down. And one of the examples of that is this was my very first tattoo. It's a witch's hat, a pumpkin, a broom, and the filigree. And it was number one because I love Halloween, but number two was because I love the symbolism of female power in witchcraft. And not even so much the act of witchcraft, but the power behind the women who people went to for medical reasons and things like that. I got that, and then I got a tattoo on the inside of my ankle probably 2 years before I even considered leaving the church. It was never an issue. I knew intuitively that this whole idea that it was a sin was crazy. And so when I went to church, I'd put my bracelets on. And so I didn't flaunt it by any means. But I remember specifically sitting in Sunday school one day when they were talking about sin, and they mentioned tattoos, and somebody said something about, oh, my daughter has a full sleeve and we're so sad, and then the teacher went on to try to explain it somehow. And I was sitting with a couple of friends, and I just kind of rolled my bracelets down, and I was like, it's not a sin. So there were so many things like that. Like I had stopped reading the Doctrine and Covenants years ago because intuitively I felt that this was a just made up doctrine that benefited Joseph Smith's life. I didn't have any of the facts. I didn't have any of the stories, any of the historical truths behind any of that. All I had was my intuition telling me, this is off. Something's off here. So my suggestion is trust your gut, especially for you women. Trust your gut. That's your universal spirit telling you something's off. And what the heck, you don't need anyone's permission to go and get a tattoo. I also love my Tree of Life. That was my second tattoo. And I have about 1, 2, 3 or 4 others, and I'm planning on getting another one on the 27th. So anyway, but it had nothing to do with whether I was a member of the church or not. It was just my independence at becoming visible and standing up for who I was.
Why do so many powerful people go crazy and lose touch with reality? Elon Musk has been making increasingly stupid business decisions. Henry Ford was an anti-Semitic conspiracy theorist. Vladimir Putin is more and more delusional. And Trump has gone increasingly mad, in the words of Rupert Murdoch. They say that power corrupts, but is that true? Or were they already corrupt when they rose to power? According to research, all of the above. Studies show that people with power learn that they can get away with more assholery without punishment. They're more likely to think of themselves as superior to others, so they think they're more deserving.
Hey, good morning. May I recommend to all of you who may be deconstructing from a Christian religion, especially if you're deconstructing from an LDS religion, may I suggest that you watch From Jesus to Christ, a Frontline PBS special, part 1 and part 2. It's absolutely fascinating. And I think the reason for me that it was so fascinating is because as a former member of the Mormon Church, I remember feeling though that teachings of Jesus were lacking quite a bit. There were a lot of teachings of LDS prophets and Book of Mormon, but not a lot of Jesus. And I don't think I really even knew Jesus or his teachings. So one of the things I've done, part of my deconstruction, is to find out more about Jesus and Christianity in general. I found this special, the Frontline PBS special from Jesus to Christ, fascinating. And I think what it did for me is it put in perspective all of the different transitions that Christianity made, the people, the prophets that claimed to receive different, knowledge and things. And it put Joseph Smith and all of the other Mormon teachings in more of a world historical perspective. Fascinating. So I highly recommend this special to you. The experts that they interviewed, I love Elaine Pagels. She is so amazing. I would also encourage you to do further research. Go down the rabbit hole. Look at Elaine Pagel and some of her teachings. Absolutely amazing. So just wanted to share that with you this morning.
Here are 3 things I eat every morning for my gut and liver health as a gastroenterologist. The first is berries, and I'm talking about blueberries, raspberries, strawberries, blackberries. I either eat them fresh, or if I'm on the go, I eat them freeze-dried. And blueberries in specific, a ton of antioxidants. They contain a compound called pterostilbene, which is a very potent antioxidant, especially for the liver, and has been shown to have anti-aging and anti-cancerous properties. So what I do is I mix this food group with number 2, which is mixed nuts. I eat about a handful every morning. The bag that I get them from contains walnuts, pecans, almonds, cashews, pistachios. As you've seen on my previous videos, people who eat more nuts lower risk of dementia and a lower risk of colon cancer. And lastly, I try to drink black coffee every morning. I use monk fruit sweetener instead of sugar. I try to use a light roast because a light roast keeps the nutrients intact better than a dark roast. And black coffee has been shown to also help with cognitive health, cardiovascular health, liver health, especially in fatty liver disease, and decreases your risk of liver cancer. Comment down below for any questions you might have, and I'll try my best.
Battle again, out where a friend is a friend, where the longhorn cattle feed on the lowly Jimson weed. I'm back in.
Well, you guys, it's Friday. It's the Friday before General Conference. Are you excited? I'm excited. Why am I excited? Because I love watching. I'm a people watcher, first of all. I love watching and listening to the absolute tone-deaf octogenarians and internalized patriarchal women give us knowledge, okay? And I know that sounds snarky. You think just a little? But this is what I'm wondering. I'm wondering, Relief Society presidency, General Young Women's Board, General Primary Board, do you ever get together and say, look, guys, we have to stop the primary voice. Everybody makes fun of it. Everybody's aware that it's an infantile voice made to make us look more subservient and supportive to our male superiors. So we really practice in a mirror. Practice not using baby voices, okay? Unless you're Britney Spears, then, or maybe even a Madonna soundtrack. Using a baby voice is not acceptable. Do they ever talk about that? I mean, wouldn't you think with the media presence out there that people, the Young Women's General Relief Society President, they would all get together and say, we got to cut it out. It's not working. They don't hear it. We got to stop. But they don't, right? So that's always fun. I'm excited, you guys. I can't wait. And you know what the best part is? SheBecameVisible.org. You have to listen because Lila Tuller and Martine Smith and Jane Christie from 21st Century Saints We as women are all going to be watching conference this weekend, and then we're going to return and report a female conference recap. It will be beautiful. So next week, turn in to She Became Visible so you can listen to 4 strong women who know who we are recap General Conference this weekend. Isn't that exciting? Okay. Have a great weekend.
Is there anything more heartbreaking than the tears of a conservative?
My heart is broken. I had some tears in my eyes.
Every single hour, all across America's conservative TV networks, another sad Republican cries about.
Now is the time to lay aside bitterness. Now is the time to cease insisting that it is your way or no way.
One is either for the kingdom of God and stands in defense of God's prophets and apostles, or one stands opposed.
Now is the time to stop doing things that make others walk on eggshells for fear of upsetting you. And if we allow nicknames to be used or adopt or even sponsor those nicknames ourselves, he is offended. If your verbal arsenal is filled with insults and accusations, now is the time to put them away. Lazy learners.
A lazy scholar.
Your finite mind cannot understand.
A headstrong, unruly child.
Lax disciples.
False prophets and false teachers.
To those who are spiritually bankrupt.
Do you realize how stupid you just sounded?
That's a you rule, not a me rule.
You know, having been called a lazy learner a couple of years ago, I had to reflect on all of the things I've done to serve as a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. And I think the most ironic story is right after I sent in my papers to resign, I hadn't heard back yet. I wasn't sure how long it was going to take, but I got a phone call from the bishop. He wanted to know if he could come over and talk to us as we were on our way back home from a trip that we were taking. I said, well, is this for me or is it for my husband? He said, it's for you. I said, well, I think I should let you know that I've sent in my papers to resign my membership. He said, wow, okay, well, I'd still like to come over and talk to you. The reason he came over was to tell me that he wanted to call me as the new Relief Society president for the ward. And he was very confused. He said he couldn't understand why the Lord had put my name so strongly in his mind, as he had been praying and crying, literally crying in his closet as to who should be the new Relief Society president. Now, I've served as Young Women's President, Stake Young Women's President, Primary President. I've taught Relief Society. I was a seminary teacher. I've been a beehive, a MyMaid, a Laurel advisor. I've served in a lot of different positions, but I had never served as Relief Society President. So I was a little bit confused at this conversation that we were having. But when I heard the conference talk a couple of years ago where President Nelson called us lax disciples and lazy learners, I think that's why I was so upset. And I think that's why when people say you leave the church but you can't leave it alone, it's like I didn't leave it alone for over 50 years. And now I feel betrayed, and I feel as though I was kind of had the wool pulled over my eyes for 50 years, and now I'm seeing through. And it's very startling and discombobulating. So now here I am at the age of 69. I found myself, I found my truth, and I'm happy with my new life. As a matter of fact, I am in a mixed faith marriage. My husband is a true believing Mormon, but what we discovered after my leaving the church is that we actually loved each other and not just the church. It's been great. Best thing I ever did.
This is the worst.
Okay, who else is watching the Lori Daybell trial live? I am listening to the audio and I am dumbfounded. I just want to ask if anyone else is concerned for Melanie Gibb, her friend. And I also want to ask if any of you can now go to the temple without wondering about the person sitting next to you, because these crazy people had a temple recommend and attended the temple all the time while they were killing people. There you go. There's your discernment. Let me know if any of you are watching it. We should do a watch party. It's amazing. Hey, good afternoon. It's Wednesday, and it's, according to my car, it's 85 degrees outside. I just got out of an F45 class, but I wanted to talk a little bit about thank all of you who have watched my latest YouTube on She Became Visible under Mormon Discussions. I interviewed Julia Sanders. It was fabulous. She is an absolute sweetheart, and just really, she's one of those disobedient people that is undercover as a sweet, innocent, obedient person. She's fabulous. Anyway, my podcast, She Became Visible and Go Gray Dame, I highlight it is a women-owned, feminine-only podcast. The reason being that there are so many women in my demographic that have acquiesced to the role that was given to them. That is not just for a season, it is for a lifetime. And the reason I say that is because if you were told and if you absorbed the teaching that your role is mother, then the years of motherhood somehow blend into the years of grandmotherhood, and you never get out. And if you are a true believing Mormon, and if you are truly dedicated, at one point in your life, you and your husband will be called, or you will feel called to serve a mission. Now, all of these things interfere with you becoming your best person. If you are serving a mission, or somehow you have taken on a position of, even if it's an administrative mission, you are now back into the Monday through Friday 9 to 5 job. Which means if you wanted to work out, if you wanted to take care of yourself, go on a hike, you would once again have to work around a work schedule, which is what young people in their 20s, 30s, and 40s, and 50s do. But now you're 60 or you're 70 and you're still under that pressure. You're babysitting for grandkids 2 or 3 times a week. You're working in the temple the other day a week, or maybe you've decided to serve a mission. So my call is, when are you going to decide that it's okay for you to take care of you? That's what I'm asking you to today. Sometime you have to decide that it's okay to take care of yourself. And that's just something I want you to chew on for a little bit. All right? Have a great Wednesday.
Let's talk about the crone archetype. This is especially for females who are deconstructing from religion and or patriarchy. In patriarchies, the most power that you get as a female is when you are young. It is when you are having children and supporting the patriarchy. It is giving up power for proximity to power. And so in patriarchies, like Mormonism, for example, where I come from, there's a huge pressure to always look 25. And there are 2 reasons. One is that the value is in the children you bring up in the patriarchy, and your value is tied to how you look. So you need to always look as if you are sexually available. And second, when you begin to look older, you don't have anything to offer a patriarchy anymore. There is literally nothing for you to do. There is nothing more that the patriarchy wants from you. So you'll see women who are 45 trying to look 20 because essentially you lose any power that you did have when you become an older woman. The more wise you become, the older you get, the more experience you get as a woman, the less you're actually listened to and heard.
their nations. While the Queen never responded, he did get a reaction from the King of Hawaii, Kamehameha V, after Norton asked about acquiring an estate there. Near the end of his reign, Kamehameha would only recognize Norton as sole leader of the United States and none other. When Emperor Norton passed away, 10,000 people showed up for his funeral.
Good morning. I've decided to start calling this segment Chicks in Cars Getting Coffee. If any of you watched the Comedians in Cars Getting Coffee with Jerry Seinfeld, it's hilarious if you haven't watched it. Anyway, I wanted to address, I've been gone, been on vacation for a couple of weeks, planning on making another podcast, YouTube, on She Became Visible. Hello to all my visible sisters out there. And I'm going to get caught up on the 19th. I believe it's the 19th. I'm going to be interviewing Tana Amons. If any of you are familiar with Dr. Amons and his fabulous center that he has in Los Angeles as far as brain study. She is his wife and also works with him in health and brain health. And so she's going to be my guest on June 9th. But while I was on vacation, I did not let up on my podcasts. And I found a fabulous podcast, and he's also on YouTube, called The Bible for Normal People. And Peter Enns and I can't remember the other guy, and he's fabulous. I want to say Jared, Justin, Jason, one of those J names. Anyway, he's great. But look it up, The Bible for Normal People. And he has had some amazing guests on there. And some of the things that have really touched me as I've listened to the podcast and watched him on YouTube is the idea, and this also, because I was in Germany, there was a lot of talk of the Reformation and things like that. And listening to this podcast, as well as being in a country where Reformation kind of started, and also a lot of World War II history, really has brought me to kind of a new level of understanding as far as where Catholicism and Protestantism and Mormonism kind of falls together. And it's amazing how much I see a comparison with Catholicism and Mormonism. Really, I almost see them level. As far, and one of the things that one of the interviews that they did was with Richard Rohr, and he pointed out that with the Reformation, both of these sects, Catholicism and Protestantism, had to have a final, this is the boss. And Catholicism went to the Pope and the bishops, and Protestantism went to the Bible. As these are our two things that we follow. They are inerrant, and everything they do is perfect. So it's, anyway, find that podcast, listen to it, and get ready for my new podcast, She Became Visible, next week. And we're going to get back on the saddle. Here we go. Have a great day.
So I'm very proud of putting that together for people, because I wanted everybody to have a chance, no matter, what your walk of life is, to be able to rebuild your spiritual home after a faith crisis, because I know that work is really hard, and it took me a decade to do. Really being able to provide this course so that you could do this work with a workbook, with me talking about these things and having you sit down and actually write and work through these things and essentially rebuild your spiritual home. That first Christmas after your faith crisis, it's kind of hard. Like, how do I want to do this? Right. It's like you're sitting in your home and you have all these heirlooms, and it's like, well, what do I put on the walls and what do I give to the thrift store? Like, there's a lot there we're going to have to work through. Most of my clients have to re-mourn someone after a faith transition, because you can't lean on those spiritual bypassing, thought ending cliches of grandma's in heaven.
So a Nazi came to my town today.
Okay, this is really interesting. You should go back and watch his full TikTok. It's very interesting, and it's a thinker. It's one of those things that makes you think. But we just got back from Germany, and I did not understand that in Germany, it's actually illegal to reference Nazism reference Hitler in any kind of a positive way, you don't go out with a sign that says, hey, Nazism is the way to go in Germany. You will literally be arrested. Even if you're just sitting in your home and you're saying how great Hitler was, your neighbors can, I think if I understood this right, your neighbors can call on, you will be arrested. They do not tolerate any kind of acceptance. And I thought to myself, I think we should do that in the US. I think Nazism is something that should be absolutely ruled out as far as freedom of speech. We don't talk about that in any positive format. Absolutely zero. Some things need to be zero in the US.
Yet it's like, but did you recognize that I got up 3 times in the night and nursed my baby in the peace and quiet, held my baby to my breast, fed him milk that you couldn't do, but I was willing and anxious and excited to disrupt my schedule to do this for this baby. You didn't recognize that as just as much as you, like I say, going to your priesthood meeting, or as President Nelson, going to his priesthood meeting and then going home and feeding the women that were making donuts so that they could feel the spirit. And it was like, that's the kind of stuff that just completely drains women of their self-worth, their value. They just think, oh, I guess I have to do more. I always constantly have to do more. Where all this guy had to do was get up, put on a tie, and go sit in a pew.
One of the most disturbing and heartbreaking aspects of Nauvoo polygamy was the slander that was said against the women who refused the propositions that were made to them about marrying leaders of the church. In one of the first meetings of the Relief Society in March of 1852, President Emma Smith spoke about a woman called Clarissa Marvel, who had apparently talked about some impropriety between herself and Joseph Smith. Emma Smith related that her conduct needed to be addressed and that she needed to be brought to repentance. And so the next meeting, there was an affidavit by Clarissa Marvel that no such impropriety happened on Joseph Smith's part and that he was unaccused. But as John C. Bennett started making accusations against Joseph Smith in July of 1842, several women's names came up in connection with the prophet. These were Nancy Rigdon, Sarah Pratt, and also Martha Brotherton. And because these women had spoken out about their rejection of Joseph and also Brigham Young, their names were slandered in the local papers. They were branded as prostitutes and vagrants and promiscuous women, and their reputations were sullied in Nauvoo. Sarah Pratt was the wife of Apostle Orson Pratt. Nancy Rigdon was the daughter of the first councillor in the first presidency, Sidney Rigdon, and Martha Brotherton was a new convert from England who had arrived in Nauvoo. These women were pillars of the society, but they were also young, and so they were easily bullied into denouncing their accusations, but also hiding the fact that polygamy was going on in Nauvoo. For her part, Emma Smith and also Eliza R. Snow led the charge against these women and persecuted them vehemently. But, of course, Emma Smith became painfully aware in 1843 that actually this was the reality and these accusations were true. Emma sought to help these women and atone for her previous mistake by using a letter from March of 1842 written by Joseph Smith against their practice of polygamy to again remind the women that they should not even trust the most elect of the church leadership if they were propositioned for an improper relationship. This got the Relief Society meetings banned by the prophet Joseph Smith. But it did go some way to redeeming some of these women whose reputations had been sullied by accusations of impropriety, because now it was known that Joseph and other leaders of the church were practicing secret polygamy.
Hey, happy Tuesday. I can't believe it's Tuesday. I just was thinking, I got a phone call from one of my sons yesterday, and we were talking about friendships, and have we ever had a friendship that we found out later after many, many years that this person really wasn't a true friend? And we were asking each other, were we blind? Did we put up with behavior? Or did we not see the behavior? And what I said to him was that I think that in my case, the behavior that I tolerated from people that were my friends were people that I was assigned to because they lived in the neighborhood and we went to church together. And often we had callings together. So, and you saw them, 2 or 3 times a week. So there really wasn't an opportunity to separate the friendship. And you also had a mentality of tolerance where you lovingly, of course you're going to put up with people's flaws, but would you put up with those same flaws from people that were not in your congregation or your ward? And we came to the conclusion that distance is great, that once you have distance from certain friendships, it's easier to cut off those ties and to really acknowledge that what was once considered a friendship was probably more of a manipulated relationship. And even though you did see and acknowledge bad behavior, you didn't think you had the right to make choices or set boundaries for yourself. It was very, very interesting. And it made me think about the people that I thought were my best friends. And then once our children got older, we were no longer entangled in the callings or being in the same ward, that we eventually pulled apart because we didn't have to be friends any longer. It's very interesting, something to really think about. Really concentrate on who your real friends are. Would they help you hide the body? And I realize now, no, my friends that I had, the people who I thought, especially the one that I thought was my best friend, would actually call the police and tell them where the body was buried. So that's kind of scary. Not really a best friend. Anyway, something to think about, your relationship with people in the church. Is it a true friendship?
So it's like your timing of mentioning white privilege is apt, because I think that having, like I said, I was very shielded from difficulties and from, difficulties. So going through this with Max, I think softened my heart and opened my eyes to you know, okay, the church maybe feels like it's not working for me in these ways, and started to think about, you know, LGBTQ plus people that I knew, and had more empathy for the ways the church doesn't work for them, right? So I think that something about that made me not see from such a, you know, blinders on perspective. I was able to just notice more flaws in the church, to be honest, ways that, you know, with everyone and all the variety of situations and life experiences, you know, to kind of fit everything into this box and have people, you know, live in this certain way. I think I was just starting to recognize maybe that it just doesn't work that way.
Okay, here I am, one more episode of Chicks in Cars Getting Coffee. I already got my coffee. I don't need to get coffee. But this is just as a thinker, I just want to throw something out there to make you go, let me think about that. And I want to say hi to my girls, Alicia and Veronica. We all seem to be in our cars, in our workout gear, doing little thought processes. And Rebecca, I got to get you in the car. We got to get you in some gym clothes and get you in the car and out of that studio so you can be one of the Chicks in Cars Getting Coffee girls. Anyway, so here's my thought. I want you to look back on the documents from Joseph Smith's time all the way up to maybe recent shell companies. There have been so many, there's been a lot of talk about polygamy, right? Did Joseph Smith practice polygamy? Was he a polygamist? Was it his idea? And there are Mormon sects out there that are denying that that Joseph Smith had anything to do with it, that all started with Brigham Young, that there was this huge conspiracy of the 12, that they were all practicing polygamy behind Joseph Smith's back. And so it's interesting, though, when you listen to the proof text that they use to defend Joseph Smith, they use lies that he said publicly, that Hyrum Smith said publicly. And publicly, they had to deny polygamy because it was illegal, like shell companies. Anyway, and so it's very interesting, though, that they totally proof text. They use these documents that testify, Joseph Smith testifying, I could never have more than one wife. I can barely have the one that I have. But they completely disregard the journals, the diaries, the affidavits by women, the women that he wed. They completely disavow those. And there's so many instances when they finally legally had to say, all right, fine, we're not going to do polygamy anymore, and they put out the proclamation. And then they went behind everyone's back and they continued to marry and they continued to practice. That's a lie. To say that we didn't know that shell companies were illegal is a lie. If you watch Mormonish, they just did a fabulous podcast on a fundraiser that they're having in Utah with an apostle that's going to come and visit. But when they were called on it, it's not a fundraiser. Did we say fundraiser? Oh, we did. No, it's not a fundraiser. And then they showed all of these clips from apostles saying how much they support this company. It's all lies. You guys, there's a pattern. You have to pay attention to patterns. So I really look at it. Just look at it. So that's my counsel for today. Chicks in Cars Getting Coffee. Okay. You want to know how you can tell if you're old? When you go and get a massage and you have your head face down on the face rest, and then you turn over, and then when the massage is over, you realize that those marks on your face will probably be there for the rest of the entire day. That's how you know that you're old. So, unless you don't mind people asking why your face has marks on it like a horseshoe, maybe you just don't go anywhere for 6 to 8 hours. Downside of aging, but worth every penny when you get a good massage, which I can highly recommend. The Four Seasons Spa in Scottsdale, the best massage I've ever had, from a masseuse named Art. He is the best. So it was worth it. It's worth looking like you were sleeping on a horseshoe for 6 to 8 hours. Okay, so guess what? I am actually on my way back to that church that I explored last Sunday. Let me tell you what I experienced. I we sat down. There was not a large amount of people there. It is the summer, and if many of you know, in Arizona there are a lot of snowbirds, so people take off when it starts getting hot, and it's getting hot around here, so a lot of people have taken off. So there was not a large congregation. It was there was music playing when I walked in. It was Carly Simon. Okay, Carly Simon music was playing in the background. I started kind of humming to myself. I thought, this is amazing. Then when it started, there was a woman who welcomed everyone, and she talked a little bit about what was going on. Then she turned the time over to another woman who reported back on a meeting that she had attended, which was some kind of a regional meeting for this particular church. It's basically a United Methodist church, and there was a large corporate, I say corporate, I don't know what you call it, meeting that she attended. She reported back on some of the things that happened. Then there were some other things that happened, I can't even remember. But then finally, there was a gentleman that stood up who was the pastor. There was never an opening song. There was never a prayer. Throughout his sermon, which was really more just a friendly chat, he at one point asked people to get into a comfortable position and went through a meditative session. That's it, folks. And there was another type of a meditation. There was a talk that was referencing James, but it wasn't scripture based. It was basically this is the story that was told, and what can we glean from that story? So there wasn't any kind of shame or repentance. It was literally an uplifting hour and a half of reminding us that we are all in this together on the earth, and we should.
And the choices you make from that point on. Don't allow yourself to be traumatized by the same type of person over and over.
And you talked about that when going back to the Nicole Brown family and how they learned going through the process, and the sisters learned in their relationships that they had with male partners after that, and how they used the knowledge and the remembering of what happened to have their lives be better.
And they changed the whole, and they funneled that energy, because what happens, trauma creates an enormous amount of energy, and the idea is to tap into that energy and do something really cool with it. That's a really big principle of the whole book, is recognizing that we're going to tap into that energy. And like you're doing this podcast, Rene, that's super cool. And that's what we're all, attempting to do is to tap into that energy for something that's good.
Some people are mad at you because you're not suffering the way they expected you to. May you always keep them disappointed.
I was in 5th grade, so I studied from 5th grade through high school with this woman in Dallas. And then she recommended that I study with one of her colleagues who was at LSU in Baton Rouge, and then later go for my doctorate. My teacher in Dallas said, "You are not ready for Juilliard." And my mother said, "You're not ready for New York City."
I mean, you probably were good enough to get into Juilliard.
It was actually his high school choir director said, "You need to go study with this woman." Okay. And she took him to Juilliard and had him play for one of her former classmates, who was now on the faculty at Juilliard. When I got to LSU, I was a big fish in a medium pond.
Good morning. Well, it's the 5th of July, and here we are, chicks in cars getting coffee, on my way to exercise as usual. But I wanted to make a comment. This morning, I've been listening to Michelle Stone's 2.5 hour 132 Problems podcast, and with another gentleman, I can't remember who it was. And this is what I have surmised. This is my opinion. It's not a matter of them proving that Joseph Smith did not practice polygamy, or other people proving that Joseph Smith did practice polygamy. That's not what this is about. What this is about are active, believing, dedicated heritage-bound members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints who have discovered historical truths, and they are trying desperately to hang on to their testimonies. And the only way they can do that is to claim that Joseph Smith was a prophet, that he revealed the true gospel, that it was restored through him, that he translated the Book of Mormon, that the Book of Mormon is the Word of God, that there were Nephites and Lamanites. And the only way they can do that is to make Joseph Smith a perfect prophet, and then to blame all of the problems with all of the other doctrine on the Brigham Young, Heber C. Kimball, and the prophets that followed them. It's a survival technique. They are terrified that the gospel might not be true, that Joseph Smith was also a con man, that he was also a narcissist. But indeed, Brigham Young was a horrible man. And so they can blame everything on him, and that relieves them of the cognitive dissonance that they have, knowing that all things are not well in Zion. And so it's not this whole back and forth about whether he practiced polygamy or whether he didn't, and Brigham Young said this, but then he said that. It's just a ruse to pacify their struggling knowledge that they've received, that, you know what, the whole thing is a mess. And they don't want to believe that. So, I mean, that's my opinion. What do you think? Listening to them, and the things that Brigham Young said about Emma, it's like, yeah, he did say that. That doesn't have anything to do with polygamy or any of the other truths that have been scratched out, crossed out, revised, changed, doctrine that's been completely altered. That's all true too. And it started from the very beginning. So that's a hard truth. They're trying very hard not to accept it so they don't have to leave the church. My opinion, what do you think?
Woo! It's Monday night, and here's what happened. All 7 judges on the Arizona Supreme Court were appointed by Republican governors, and they just ruled that the Mormon Church has the privilege of not reporting child sex abuse if those details were revealed during confession. The church can also refuse to answer questions or hand over documents if one of their members is accused of a crime.
And I started that function. I met with Fauci. I met with Collins.
This is an interesting TikTok. You need to go back and listen to the whole thing. I just finished Robert Kennedy Jr.'s book about the truth about Fauci. And it's very interesting because, you know, the church just put out this announcement that at the Global Vaccine Impact Conference in Spain, June 15th, 2023, the Vaccine Alliance announced a contribution of $3 million from the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints to support a historic malaria immunization campaign in Africa. And it says that the church's donation will strengthen the coordinated efforts of Gavi, UNICEF, World Health Organization, and others to procure and distribute the new malaria vaccine. And it goes on to say that thanks to the church's help, an estimated 39,500 African children will receive the 4 doses required for immunity against malaria as a direct result of this donation. And it talks about the fact that there was a campaign. Let's see here. Malaria remains one of Africa's deadliest diseases. And it talks about the tests that were done in Africa. And if you read RFK Jr.'s new book, he talks about the testing that was done in Africa. The reason why they did the testing in Africa is because they could do it illegally. Things that would be illegal in the United States, they could get away with in Africa, including vaccinating children and mothers, pregnant women, without any kind of placebo test, putting one drug against another drug, and the number of children that were harmed, orphanages, using children in orphanages. And it just concerns me that the church would, associate itself with Gates and Fauci. I can't understand why the church, if it is the true church of God, if it is the only church on the living earth that has the ability to completely receive direct revelation from God, why isn't it forming its own ways of serving the hungry? Why isn't it out there helping nutrition in Africa, helping water supplies in Africa? Why is it siding itself with other organizations like Fauci's, the World Health Organization, and Bill Gates with their foundation? Why are they associating themselves with that? Why aren't they doing something that has been inspired directly from God? It's very, very interesting, and it's a big corporate thing, and that's concerning as well.
You know, Trump came in and he promised to drain the swamp, and then, you know, he named me as head of the Vaccine Safety Commission, and I started that function. I met with Fauci, I met with Collins, and was putting together that, you know, project. And then when that news got out, Pfizer gave $1 million contribution to Trump, and Trump appointed to Pfizer's handpicked candidates, Alex Azar, to run HHS, and Scott Gottlieb, who was a partner of Pfizer, to run FDA. Yep. And, you know, Gottlieb came in there, did an $88 billion gift to Operation Warp Speed for Pfizer, and then left to join Pfizer board and collect his payoff. So, you know, that is the swamp. And you know, people come in wanting to change it, but they get intimidated by these big agencies, and they you know, get frightened because, yeah, the agency can hurt you. You know, if you go after that agency, there's a lot of top-level officials in there who can commit all kinds of civil disobediences that will embarrass the president. And so what they do is they appoint somebody who's safe. They look at the agency, they say, I'd like to change that, but I...
Oh, no, I was going to listen to that, but then I just carried on living my life.
Did you find the strength?
We're women, honey. The strength finds us.
Held down heaven now, living in the same town, trying to find something new.
Let me explain something to you. I set the rules and you follow them blindly, okay? And if you have a problem with that, then you can talk to our complaint department. It's a trash can.
What I see right now happening in the church reminds me of the movie Mean Girls. It's like the church wants to sit with the cheerleaders and the football players, but they don't really want to be associated with them, but they kind of want to be accepted by them and sit at the table, and they want to go to the parties and they want to be invited to the parties, but they don't want to be held responsible for when the police raid the, you know, underage drinking party. They just want to have said, well, we were invited. So it's this whole thing where we want to be a part of the evangelical movement, but we still want to stand back and say, no, we're unique. We're not the same as you, but we want to sit at your table.
Bishop for the Mormon Church in Bisbee learned that a member of his ward was sexually assaulting his 5-year-old daughter. So he called that Mormon Church helpline for some guidance, but the lawyers on the phone told him he didn't have to do anything about it. He told other bishops over the years, but none of them did anything about it either. So this man, who was a border agent, continued abusing his daughter for 7 more years and also went on to abuse a second daughter.
I'm not trying to say, I couldn't control myself, but I do have a problem.
Yeah. And I couldn't make myself stop. Permanently.
Yeah.
I would stop sometimes. And again, I'm not trying to say, Duck made me do it. No.
The allegations are horrific. That's Border Patrol agent Paul Adams admitting to investigators he abused his daughters. And even though church leaders reportedly knew about it for years, the abuse continued. One of Adams' victims speaking to the Associated Press.
They just said, hey, let's excommunicate her father. It didn't stop. Let's have them go to therapy. It didn't stop. Hey, let's forgive and forget, and this will all go away. It didn't go away. They just let it keep happening.
The attorney for the church defended the bishop who knew about the abuse.
Bishop Herod rightfully believed that he was constrained to maintain the confidentiality of what he was told. Nobody on our side condones or diminishes in any way what these kids' father did to them. Nobody does. But to lay at the feet of these bishops the blame for that is absurd, and it's wrong.
Adams died by suicide in jail before he could stand trial. The daughter and her attorney are hopeful that changes can be made.
What I think we all want for justice in this case is for churches to start immediately reporting sex abuse to the police, not to each other. No in-house secrets.
I hope that they learn from their stupid major mistakes and actually report all the illegal stuff that they do know is going on.
Well, Arizona law says clergy in the church have an obligation, a legal obligation, to report abuse to authorities, but the law also says clergy who receive information about sexual abuse during spiritual confessions may withhold that information from authorities if the clergy determine it's reasonable and necessary under church doctrine. In the newsroom, I'm Jared Dillingham for Arizona.
I finally have an opportunity to take a walk in our cute little neighborhood, and I think I understand now why Cody, Wyoming, and the Mormon Church are in this huge battle over zoning. It's like, sure, build a brand new little subdivision right next to a 1960s teardown, right next to a horse ranch, right across the street from a commercial car wash. Okay, I have a new idea for Temple Recommend questions for members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, otherwise known as Mormon. Instead of asking people if they obey the word of wisdom, because nobody obeys the word of wisdom. I mean, nobody's eating meat sparingly, nobody's taking away any kind of weirdo grains that horses are supposed to eat or whatever they say. Ask them if they obey the laws of driving in this crazy state. I was just passed by a Tesla going at least 100 miles an hour as I'm merging onto 15. Merging, okay? Then I got to a stoplight. Now count this out. Stoplight, visual, stop, stay. Count to 3, red light, car next to me on the left goes right through it. Red light, that is so common. You people are crazy here. That's all I have to say.
Lazy learn.
What conceivable historical or doctrinal or procedural issue that may or
kind of conviction is that? What kind of patty cake taffy pull experience is that? This church means everything to me. Everything. And I'm not going to leave it, and I'm not going to let you leave it.
Okay. How many of you have tried F45? Have any of you done F45? It is the absolute best. It is. Today was an aerobics day and the air conditioning is a little cuckoo. So I was sweating like crazy, which I love. But I just wanted to let you know this afternoon, or more like this evening, I'm going to be doing my podcast, She Became Visible. And my co-host today is Lila Tuller. And we're going to be talking about the latest Mormon Land podcast. If any of you go and listen to it, it's only 35 minutes, I think, or something like that. But we're going to be talking about it today, coming from two different angles of charity, nonprofits, and what the LDS Church is doing as far as humanitarian service. And so it'll be live, but then I'll be rebroadcasting it anywhere you listen to your podcasts. So just wanted to let you know. Bye.
Talking a lot about numbers, a lot about 6 weeks versus 12 weeks versus 20 weeks. There's a reason for that. The more that Americans are thinking about 6 weeks versus 12 weeks, the less they're thinking about women going into sepsis and cancer patients being denied abortions. And so since Republicans want to talk about numbers, I figured let's do it. I've been writing about abortion every day since Roe was overturned. I have a lot of numbers in my head, and I thought I might share some with you. So these are some of the numbers that I think about when I think about abortion. 13. That's how old a girl in Mississippi was when she was forced into childbirth after being raped, even though the state has an exception for rape. Or 10. 10 is how old a girl in Ohio was when she was forced to leave her home state for abortion care because her state said that her small body should be forced into pregnancy and to carry birth to term. It was 14 Texas women who sued the state after their health and lives were endangered by the state's abortion ban. It was one of those women who vomited while testifying on the stand because she became so distressed recounting her experience of forced pregnancy. 15 is how many weeks into pregnancy Terry was, this is a woman I spoke to from Texas, when she found out that her fetus had not developed at all above the neck. 2,000 is the number of dollars it took for her to leave Texas, go to New Mexico for care, because Texas said that she should be forced to give birth to a baby without a head.
Reason number one that people leave the Mormon Church? Mormon Church founder Joseph Smith was a treasure digger. Joseph Smith's family was super poor and needed cash. Long before Joseph ever mentioned a first vision, he learned from a neighbor that he could earn extra money by claiming to have special powers to find treasure. He would lead groups of gullible people to a spot, claim that there was a treasure in the ground, they would dig, sometimes sacrifice an animal, and then Joseph would claim that a spirit had removed the treasure because of some mistake by one of the treasure diggers. And of course, Joseph would always get paid. This illegal practice of scrying was widely understood to be fraudulent, and in all of Joseph's hunts, no treasure was ever found. In 1826, Joseph was convicted of breaking the law. He even admitted to his father-in-law that his treasure digging was a fraud. Later, Joseph Smith used the exact same stone and hat to convince his followers that he could translate.
Leave the church, but you can't leave it alone. Go talk to your bishop and tell us where you are and want to come back. The church is true. Joseph Smith 2459. Joseph Smith 2459. Joseph Smith 2459. Joseph Smith 2459.
In doubt, don't. It shocked me to see so many tummies on the campus when I was attending my 50th year reunion in October.
With respect to lengths of skirts, there is a point which need not and probably cannot be defined in inches above the knee, where the wearer is calling attention to herself, exposing too much of her body, and sending off signals and inviting responses that are not consistent with the standards of the gospel.
For a young woman to wear shorter skirts or other immodest wear when she had covenanted otherwise would not be a matter of cleverness and escaping detection, but a definite blot on her character, a blot not easily erased.
Communicate how distasteful revealing attire is to you, a worthy young man, and how it stimulates unwanted emotions from what you see against your will.
The dress of a woman has a powerful impact upon the minds and passions of men. If it's too low or too high or too tight, it may prompt improper thoughts, even in the mind of a young man who's striving to be pure. In the end, most women will get the type of man they dress for.
But I am sure that the immodest dresses that are worn by our young women and their mothers contribute in some degree to the immorality of this age. I wonder if our young sisters realize the temptation they are flaunting before young men when they leave their bodies partly uncovered.
And young women, please understand that if you dress immodestly, you are magnifying this problem by becoming pornography.
546 Mormon abuse cases. 15 new this week. Floodlit.org Weekly Report, September 1, 2023. Kenny Parcell, president of the National Association of Realtors and former bishop's counselor, resigned after harassment accusations. Nearly 300 women have accused LDS Dr. David Broadbent of abuse during office visits. No criminal charges yet. New details on Mark Anderson, a Mormon branch president and dentist accused by dozens of former patients of abuse. Convicted in 2009. New details, Mike Stillman, former Mormon Tabernacle choir member and Boy Scouts employee, resigned in 1989 after an abuse accusation, never charged. New details, Jerry Ellison, Mormon former teacher sued for alleged abuse of a former student, never charged, died in 2019. Report abuse at floodlit.org.
If there is any name that is totally honorable in its derivation, it is the name Mormon.
I'm a Mormon. I know it, I live it, and I love it.
Mormon is not a word of disrepute, but that it represents the greatest good, that good which is of God.
My name is Brandon Flowers, and I'm a Mormon.
And I'm a Mormon. And I'm a Mormon.
And I'm a Mormon.
My name is Alex Boye, and I am a Mormon.
Dare to be a Mormon. Dare to stand alone. Dare to have a purpose firm. Dare to make it known.
My name is Lindsay Sterling, and I'm a Mormon. And I'm a Mormon.
And I'm a Mormon.
I'm a Mormon.
And I am a Mormon.
My name is Spencer Nugent. I'm a product designer and illustrator, and I'm a Mormon.
This remarkable choir seated behind me is known across the world as the Mormon Tabernacle Choir. I am not ashamed of the nickname Mormon.
I hope we will never be afraid or reluctant to acknowledge I'm a Mormon.
But we are not Mormons. To remove the Lord's name from the Lord's church is a major victory for Satan.
Oh, come on! You can be an excellent therapist and be completely secular. Therapists are trained to not interject their own values into their interactions with their client. In fact, that's one of the most critical and most emphasized ethical principles, both for therapists and for coaches. And the flip is also true, that if a therapist can pass a Mormon Church Temple Recommend interview and answer all the believing questions in the affirmative, but they interweave their personal religious beliefs or church doctrine into their therapeutic practice, that's highly unethical. In other words, if a
house while I was having a private practice asking me questions that were like of a worthiness interview in order to refer to me, and I was very confused. I was like, I'm happy for you to refer to me. I'm happy to help LDS Family Services. This is when I was living in Wichita. But why are we sitting around like I'm having to have a worthiness interview?
So why do people hate Fawn Brodie so much? I think Annette Gordon-Reed has a pretty good answer. She's a historian at Harvard who focuses on American legal history, who wrote a really well-known book on the idea that Thomas Jefferson had a sexual relationship with Sally Hemings, a woman who he was enslaving. She won a Guggenheim, a National Book Award, a Pulitzer Prize. She's probably one of, if not the best person to analyze Fawn Brodie's work on Thomas Jefferson and determine whether or not Fawn Brodie did a good job in looking at the sources. She gives a lot of credit to Brodie and basically says that Fawn Brodie hasn't been given enough respect. And she points to sexism as one of the reasons why. Now, anybody who's been a woman, either in academia or out, isn't surprised by that. Sexism is alive and well, as is discrimination against women in a variety of fields. It's gotten better, but we're not there yet. To explore the sexism against Fawn Brodie, I want to focus on one particular book, or one particular review of her book, and that is Hugh Nibley's "No Ma'am, That's Not My History," which is his response to Fawn Brodie's biography of Joseph Smith. Annette Gordon-Reed points out when she's talking about Hugh Nibley's review that it is dripping with sexism. He refers to her as Miss Brodie, dismisses her sort of analysis of Thomas Jefferson as women's intuition, and generally portrays her as someone who has no qualifications to be writing a biography or to be writing history in general. In my own career, I've dealt a bit with men like this, and sometimes even older women who dismiss younger women within the field. And you can feel the ways in which you challenge them. And it's hard to imagine that that's not some of what's going on here. Hugh Nibley is a devout Latter-day Saint, and he sees Fawn Brodie in this particular moment as a pest, as a girl who is writing a book that she is not qualified to be writing and should not be allowed to engage.
Okay, I just have to share this story with you. I had a great weekend. I mean, starting out with a Thursday, we went to the live broadcast, podcast recording from Mormon Land with Richard Bushman. On Saturday, we went to the Latter Gay Stories Gala, which was so amazing. And Sunday I went to a Thrive meetup. It's just been a great week. But I have to tell you this funny story. So my husband is still a very active member of the Mormon Church, and very, very believing and very active. And but he is very supportive of me, and he loves people. And so he will go to these events with me because he can see, this is what I love about him. He can see the goodness in these people. And he can see and understand where they're coming from because he's married to me, and I told him all of my grief. But anyway, so we go to this Latter Gay Stories Miracle of Forgiveness Gala on Saturday, and it was so fun. I cannot say enough great things about Kyle and Jay Ashworth. They are just two wonderful people. And anyway, it was a really fun event, but it was supposed to be a black tie, but everybody knows that it wasn't really a black tie. I mean, there wasn't a dress code where they were like, oh, you can't get in, you don't have a jacket, but people dressed up, and it was really fun. It was really nice. So my husband wore a suit, and he had on a white shirt. I don't think he owns a shirt that isn't white. Okay. I mean, he was a bishop before we moved to Arizona. So he had on a white shirt, a suit, and a tie. I'm sure he was the only true believing member of the church at that event with garments on. So he had the smile, right? Someone came up to him and said, "Are you with the Strengthening the Church Committee? Are you wired? Are you here to spy on this event?" And he didn't even know what they were talking about. He came back and sat down, and he said, what is this SEC? I don't know what this guy was talking about, but he asked me if I was on this secret committee and if I was wired and if I was there to spy. It's like, oh my gosh, he is missing his calling. He could totally be infiltrating the system, married to me and going to all these events. He just doesn't understand what his true calling is. Anyway, I thought that was hilarious. It was so great. It's just, one of the things that made this whole last weekend so great. So anyway, I just had to share that with you today.
Floodlit.org has a question for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, the Mormon Church. When Mormon leaders learn of child abuse, and choose to keep it secret, and hide it from police, and cover up abuse, again, and again, and again, and again, hundreds of times, when that happens, Mormon Church, will you come clean? Or wait to be floodlit? It's time to shine a light.
How come the blacks didn't get the priesthood until 1978? What's up with that, Brother Wilcox? What, Brigham Young was a jerk? Members of the church were prejudiced? Maybe we're asking the wrong question. Maybe instead of saying, why did the blacks have to wait until 1978? Maybe what we should be asking is, why did the whites and other races have to wait until 1829? 1,829 years they waited.
I'm going to be honest, I did this guided meditation 5 or 6 years ago, and it actually put me in a dangerous psychological place, like complete psychological disintegration. Because one of the things that happens that you have to be aware of in the world of spirituality is that the men in these spiritual spaces will talk about spiritual paths as if it is all about ego dissolution, right? You need to dissolve your ego. You need to realize that your thoughts are not yours and that the self is an illusion and that free will is an illusion in order to give you some humility and some flexibility in your identity and to allow for some growth. And while I recognize that that is an absolute spiritual path to go down, often I find that with women, and I didn't know this when I started doing these kinds of meditations where you have no head, is that it doesn't work the same if you've never built up an ego. So if you were raised as a male in a patriarchal society, then at a young age you were tended to, and you were a leader, and you could have a personality, and you could develop a healthy ego of like, this is who I am, and this is what I like, and this is my opinion. And that just goes through like a healthy development so that later in life you can do these kind of ego dissolution things and be totally psychologically safe as part of your spiritual journey. You build up an ego, and then you can kind of make it more flexible, and that's a completely legitimate spiritual path. The problem is for so many women who are raised in patriarchy, they never got the chance to build a healthy ego.
Because General Conference is coming up, I'm doing a series on controversial things from conference talks. This one is a talk given in the April 1981 General Conference by Gordon B. Hinckley titled The Joseph Smith III Document and the Keys of the Kingdom.
I think I should like to say a few words this afternoon about the recently discovered transcript of a blessing, reported to have been given January 17, 1844 by Joseph Smith to his 11-year-old son.
This blessing named his son to be his successor, and this obviously brings into question the validity of the LDS Church. The document was bought by the church from an up-and-coming rare documents dealer named Mark Hoffman. Gordon B. Hinckley gives an apologetic response to the troubling document.
First, it should be said that the document is a transcript of a blessing. It is not a record of ordination to an office, nor was it unusual for fathers to give their sons blessings of this kind. It should be noted further that at various times Joseph Smith had indicated a number of men or groups of men who might possibly succeed him. It is a precious artifact with great sentimental value for the family of Joseph Smith. It does not seriously raise any question concerning the validity of succession.
But one explanation he did not include was that it never happened. It's a fake. It turned out Mark Hoffman was a skilled document forger that fooled some of the best document authenticators in the world. He produced and sold many counterfeit Mormon documents to the church and brought much embarrassment.
Is it worth it? Oh yeah, it's worth it. If you're strong enough.
Hey, it's my friend Vivian. Everywhere I go, she goes. Just wanted to give you a little heads up. I'm going to be doing a recap of Sunday morning. I did one yesterday for Saturday morning, and then I got busy with the abuse awareness marathon that Maven is conducting for Floodlit. And so I was able to kind of half watch the afternoon and evening, but not fully. And I am on my way to a Orange Theory class, so I'm going to be half listening to Sunday morning, but I'll go back and do a recap. But I just wanted to give you, here's a little preview of coming attractions. The difference between a female listening to these white men speak and men. Here's a perfect example. I want you to be listening this morning. Please listen to this. I've heard two men recap yesterday afternoon and evening conference sessions, and they both mentioned the talk that was given by a Brazilian 70, Joni, I can't remember what his last name was, but they both mentioned how he was very funny and self-deprecating, and he talked about how he thought he was this, real hot shot because he was a manager of this business, but he forgot his ID, and he tried to get in, and they wouldn't let him in because he didn't have his ID, and they're like, oh, that's pretty funny, I really, and I thought, no, you don't understand. His wife and his daughters were both rolling their eyes and disgusted with his behavior. Because you think this is the first time they've seen that? No, the guy is a jerk. He thinks he's pretty hot crap. And the fact that he was even being self-deprecating really kind of shows you how haughty he is. And I just thought that's the difference. Men are just clueless to this kind of, you know, we call it PIP, previously important people, and where they had...
From prophets, seers, and revelators, and from the whisperings of the Holy Ghost, who will show unto you the things what ye should do.
In the Colorado Springs East Stake, where he was president from 2016 to 2021, emailed their ward saying, "You may have seen in the news that a member of our stake was arrested a couple of weeks ago. We don't have any additional details. This may be a challenging situation for you for a variety of reasons. As you handle this information, we encourage you to follow the Savior's example by showing kindness. We invite you to not gossip, to respect the privacy of all parties, to pray for those involved, to not speculate, and to be patient as the legal process unfolds. If you would like to discuss any aspect of this news in more detail, please contact Bishop, redacted. Visit floodlit.org to raise awareness about abuse in the Mormon Church."
Here's why older people still have an awesome time in life, even though they go to bed before 10 o'clock. You can do 3 a.m. shit at noon.
Our prayers can be and should be living discussions with our Heavenly Father. As you think celestial, you will find yourself avoiding anything that robs you of your agency. Any addiction, be it gaming, gambling, debt, drugs, alcohol, anger, pornography, sex, or even food, offends God. Why? Because your obsession becomes your God. You look to it rather than to Him for solace. If you struggle with an addiction, seek the spiritual and professional help you need. Please do not let an obsession rob you of your freedom to follow God's fabulous plan. Thinking Celestial will also help you obey the law of chastity.
Oh my sugar!
Sex or even food offends God.
Hey, good morning. I have a quick question. I am planning on attending the Faith Restore activity this weekend with my husband. My husband is a true believing Mormon, and he has attended a lot of Thrive activities with me. I feel like I can suck it up and attend this activity with him. So I'm kind of looking forward to it. I know Steve Young is going to be one of the speakers. And but I have a question. This is a picture of Steve Young and his wife, and she is gorgeous. And I'm loving what's going on here. But I have a question. Is there, before I left the church 3 years ago, was there a law or a rule that passed that I wasn't informed about that said if you're married to an ex-football star and you're attending a black tie event, the garments are off? I mean, I didn't get that rule. I just am wondering, is this something did this come along with the new Strengthening of Youth booklet? Are we now in you can wear garments unless you're going to a black tie event? I'm just asking. I 100% support it. I think she looks fabulous. If I look like her, I would be wearing all of the strapless gowns that I could. I actually did. But my husband was not a prominent person in Utah, so I felt as though, who cares? I'm just wondering, can somebody just answer? I'm looking for an explanation when she goes in for her temple recommend. Do they ask her, or is it just, hey, your husband is amazing, I loved watching him play football? Because that's kind of the way my temple recommend interviews used to be. Like, we love your husband, he's such a great bishop. And I'm like, great. Were you going to ask me any questions, or are we just going to throw more accolades at my wonderful husband? I don't know. Anyway, I'm just curious. If anybody could answer, I would really appreciate it. All right. Bye-bye.
Okay, I'm going to show you.
And some of you, your guests maybe, or your listeners may be familiar with this. Some have not, but I highly suggest that just go on the web and look up Kohlberg, Kohlberg, Kohlberg's Stages of Moral Development. And it's a theory that basically talks about the ages in which individuals learn to become the behavior and the actions and the thoughts, how you grow and develop, right? So like the first.
Okay, separate activities. Okay, I'm on my way back from exercise and I'm listening to Lindsay and Brian on Mormon Stories. And I love listening to them. I love their history knowledge. But anyway, so they're talking about the Utah period, and they're talking about Brigham Young, and they're talking about how they have, Brigham Young and the committee have all decided to go public with the fact that, yes, indeedy, we do practice polygamy, and it's a fabulous idea, and you should all practice it. And so Orson Pratt goes out to Washington, D.C., and he says, hey, guys, guess what? We're doing polygamy. It's a great thing. You should do it. Monogamy is evil, and polygamy is the way to go. And so the word gets back to England, and the missionaries were having huge success. Like 85% of the members of the church were from England. And all of a sudden, missionary work completely stops because word gets out about polygamy. And then you've got immigrants that are like halfway in between England and the United States, or maybe they've arrived, but they haven't gotten out to Utah yet. And the word gets out. And these people are like, well, crap, now what are we going to do? This is BS. We're not doing this. And so they have a huge amount of people that leave the church, right? And I'm thinking to myself, if you know this, and if you have heard this, and you know that John Taylor specifically had like 15 wives at the time, but was telling everybody, no, we don't practice polygamy. Why do you think that it was okay for them to lie in 1850, but they're not still lying? Why do you think that the whole, I just received a revelation, you should build me a house, or all of the deeds and all of the things that got them into trouble in Nauvoo, because they were lying, and they did that then, but they're not doing it anymore? Why is that not a problem for people? It just blows my mind, because I listen to these apologetics and I'm like, you're lying. I know they call it whitewashing, but it's also lying. It's just blows my mind. But I'm going to go back to listen to Brian and Lindsay now. I just had to do a little rant. Okay? All right. Bye-bye. Hey, join me on Friday, November 10th at 8 a.m. Mountain Time. Listen as I interview Bryce Blankenagel from Naked Mormonism. SheBecameVisible.org. Well, here we go. Utah therapist arrested for allegedly sexually abusing patients during sessions. And there he is. Ooh, yum. Okay, today, Salt Lake Tribune. Just a few hours ago, this was reported. Scott Owen, who is considered an expert in helping struggling gay Latter-day Saint men, is accused of object rape and forcible sodomy. Both state licensors and the local leaders in the LDS Church knew of inappropriate touching allegations against Owen as early as 2016.
Tribune ProPublica reporting showed, but neither would say whether they ever reported Owen to police. In Utah, with few exceptions, the state licensing division is not legally required to forward information to law enforcement. So if you're not legally required, why on earth would you do the right thing?
So that kind of, I mean, obviously the purpose of understanding that is to try and illustrate the kind of family dynamics and the dire straits, the beggarly nature of the early Smith family, because they definitely were in, rags. They were very, very poor by the time Joseph Smith is born into this family. And he's, the fifth of 11 children, I believe it is. So, he's in a family that is already spread pretty thin with resources, and then they continue having more and more kids after him, and the family just gets stretched so thin. They pick up odd jobs, but obviously, very rarely are they ever working for, solid income that is reliable. Most of their money is coming from their odd jobs or the little businesses that they could start up. Lucy Mack was quite well known for her root beer recipes. And, when we drink root beer, we were thinking Barks or stuff.
Little update. Just found out about this on Friday. Happened to be attending a neighborhood gathering, was talking with a friend. She was explaining that she's building a house in Prescott. Paid money for it. In fact, she paid the total amount for the home was already paid for. Getting close to conclusion. Unfortunately, her contractor was arrested. This is her contractor. Let's get my head out of the way here. A Prescott man is facing several felony charges after a child porn bust. Investigators say on Tuesday, 48-year-old John McCowan was taken into custody during a child porn investigation between Prescott Police and the Department of Homeland Security. 48-year-old man arrested for child pornography, interstate. That's all the details they're releasing right now. But as I continued the conversation with my neighbor, lo and behold, she explained, and you know what's funny? He's a Mormon. I was like, what? Tell me what his name was again. And I looked him up. This is just end of October he was arrested. I believe a little bit farther down in the news report, it says something about some charges were brought against him in 2016. I could be wrong, but I can't find any more information out. But here's our latest guy. I have no idea what his activity in the church is or if he held any kind of positions of authority, but I just wanted to bring this to your attention. Here we go.
Not enough about Jesus, and now everything has to be about Jesus, goddammit. So,
well, Ryan, everyone go and listen to the complete TikTok, but let me tell you my story. My mother wrote a little book, and she produced a little white stocking with the name Jesus on it. And she made up a little story about how we celebrate Christmas because it is Jesus's birthday. And she submitted that little book and that white stocking to the church to be sold at Deseret Book. And they responded, now this was about, I'm going to say 15 to 20 years ago. Their response was, we love your book, but it's too much about Jesus. And there you go. There's the line upon line, precept upon precept bullshit that you get in this church. So I love that your mom was rejected because it wasn't enough about Jesus, and my mom was rejected because it was too much about Jesus. Signs of the times. Well, someone might say she's up to high dough today, and I might be, because I guess I have to start identifying myself as a Scottish American. I think that because I was watching, or rather kind of listening to Good Morning America. It was in the background as I was preparing for the day, and they had gotten to the section where they were going to try and sell you something. It's their little Save with Good Morning America section where they hype up all this crap, tell you that it's 75% off if you get on goodmorningamerica.com and order it within the next 10 minutes, whatever. So today they were hyping some cookware, and the QVC-like lady said, as an Italian American, I can tell you that these muffin pans will really come in handy as you're preparing your Thanksgiving dinner. I don't know how Italian American Thanksgiving correlate. I'm not sure where that connection is, but she made
children, and this church takes the position they have no responsibility, not their job.
The ruling excused the state
and a pornographer, and they did nothing. They didn't call, they didn't report, they did nothing. This ruling sends a clear message to the state of Arizona that children in these religions, confessional religions, are not safe.
A statement from the church said in part, quote, "We are pleased with the Arizona Superior Court's decision granting summary judgment for the church and its clergy and dismissing the plaintiff's claims. The court found that the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints and its clergy handled this matter consistent with Arizona law." Tears forming in Cadigan's eyes, she tells me she's devastated for these children to hear that decision.
Their parents failed them, their teachers failed them, their doctor failed them, their bishop, their religion failed them, and now I have to tell them that the courts failed them as well.
I did not know of the things that I would be thankful for this holiday season, but here you go. I mean, it's the gift that keeps on giving. Literally, who is in the PR department of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints? It's just every week, you know? So I'm going to be talking about this, right? So join me on my podcast tonight, 6 p.m. Mountain Time, shebecamevisible.org. We're going to be talking about this. Everybody's talking about this, okay? It never stops. And I don't you know what the problem is? That's the problem. Women know how this stuff works. You need to get more ladies in there, guys. This is crazy. This is crazy town, okay? Join me tonight. Seriously, I'm going to be recording live, so you can comment. We could actually have a conversation. Let's do it. Okay, bye.
The San Francisco Bay Area had been allowing the Relief Society presidencies to sit on the stand during...
Thanks, Julia, for reminding everyone. This is something that just happened a few days ago, last week, and it's really, I don't think it's getting out there. I think it's very similar to some of the other news that seems to just lie in the bubble and in the Mormon zeitgeist, but not necessarily the world over. And it seems like such a small thing, but not allowing the women to sit on the stand. But it's one of those small things that says so much. And I covered it in my YouTube that I just did on Sunday, shebecamevisible.org, reference that. And because what I was saying was, it's another example of the false presentation that women are being accepted, that women's roles are being acknowledged in the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, which I will repeat. I hate saying that, because I don't think there is a religion that calls themselves Christian that is farther away from Jesus Christ's teaching than the Mormon Church. So, but if you go to my YouTube, shebecamevisible.org, we discussed this article that was in the Salt Lake Tribune and the undermining and the efforts of the church to make sure that they can placate and give out platitudes about women, but keep the patriarchy in its place and keep women in their place. So find the Salt Lake Tribune, just Google it, you can find it, read the article, and if there are any of you out there that think that this is just no big deal, you need to do a little bit more learning.
You beautiful girls, don't wander around looking like men. Put on a little lipstick now and then and look a little charming. It's that simple. I don't know why.
I can't find a place in Utah
that is like that, where it's like everyday events. It's not a wedding. It's not a thing. Like I can find that in Utah, but I can't find like a random Friday for just some dinner I want to go to type thing in Utah. So one of the great things that I love about Arizona. Anyway, I just had to share that with you because I cannot say enough good things about having your makeup done professionally, ladies. That would be my go gray dame tip of the day, okay? Especially even if you're a little bit getting into years, having your makeup done professionally, that'll change your whole life overnight. Okay, goodbye. I don't know what you're doing right now. It's about 3:40 Mountain Time on Sunday, December 3rd. But what you should be doing is turning on YouTube, Mormon Discussions, She Became Visible YouTube presentation. Because at 4 o'clock, I'm going to be talking to Dr. Matthew Harris, who was the editor and contributor to this book, along with at least 9 or 10 other books. And we're going to be highlighting some of the topics that he brings up in his books, which really are amazing and so relevant for today's politics. So meet me at YouTube, shebecamevisible.org at 4 Mountain Time.
I'm on my beautiful walk in Arizona, getting my vitamin D in and just reflecting. I've been listening to some podcasts about Saint Andrew, and I just absolutely love learning, and I love discovery. So I'm listening to this thing on Saint Andrew, and I thought, how interesting that in Western Christianity, in the United States anyway, I have no idea what they do in other parts of the Western world, but we talk about Peter, we talk about Paul, we talk about John, and I don't remember a lot of stories about Andrew. And come to find out, he was Jesus's first disciple. He's the brother of Simon. He brought Simon into it. And I thought, oh, Andrew is the Steve Wozniak to Steve Jobs. It's like, it's amazing. So I'm listening to some more podcasts about it. And right now I'm currently listening to Myth Vision. I love Myth Vision. And he has some scholars on there that have studied, devoted their lives to Christianity, but have since left. And he really makes the differentiation between theology and history. And I listened to a podcast the other day, and this particular co-host was just bashing historians because she didn't like what they had come up with. She didn't like Brian Hales. She doesn't like any of the other members of the Mormon Church that are historians because they're not telling her what she wants to hear. Therefore, they're idiots, and they have a different goal and purpose. And I was like, okay, that's where the crazy comes in. Anyway, being of Scottish descent, I had no idea why the Scottish flag was blue with a white cross. Now I know. And that's what I love about learning. So turn your TV off, turn on some podcasts, go for a walk if you can. She became visible.
We of the First Presidency and the Council of the 12 Apostles now issue a proclamation to the Church and to the world as a declaration and reaffirmation of standards, doctrines, and practices relative to the family, which the prophets, seers, and revelators of this church have repeatedly stated throughout its history.
So Gordon B. Hinckley called the Family Proclamation a reaffirmation of doctrines that the church has repeatedly stated throughout its history. The thing is, for the majority of the document, that is false. Let's look at gender. Throughout its history, prophets have taught against eternal gender. They instead teach a sort of selective resurrection. in which only those who obtain the highest heaven get to keep their genitals. The Family Proclamation states that gender is eternal, so you think that that would be the church's current stance. However, President Nelson restated in this last general conference, in not so many words, that this selective resurrection of our celestial bodies is absolutely still a doctrine in Mormonism. Let's talk about children. The church used to teach that there were babies waiting in heaven, and that if you did not have as many children as you possibly could, those children that were assigned to you would go to other homes, and you would stand guilty in the next life for not accepting your role as their parent. Today, however, it seems that the proper amount of children is only 4 or less. If you look at the top 15 leaders of the church, the average amount of kids for every prophecy and revelator is 4. The church today holds that the amount of children you're supposed to have is however many you want. And if we're talking about kids in the Family Proclamation, we might as well talk about birth control. In the past, Mormon leaders have taught that if women take birth control, she was not promised salvation or exaltation and that she would even be damned. Today, their stance is that birth control is entirely up to the couple. Let's talk about being lawfully wed. Shortly after the church was organized, Joseph Smith started engaging in polygamy. This was never legal, and the prophets after him likewise engaged in unlawful marriages. So being legally and lawfully married is also not a reaffirmation of Mormon doctrine. Let's talk about gender roles. The Family Proclamation sets forth that mothers are primarily responsible for the nurture of their children, and the fathers are to preside, provide, and protect. One thing that I find interesting is that if you look at the church's stance on the Equal Rights Amendment, the church believed that unless fathers and mothers were legally forced to take care of their children, or each other, they wouldn't. So even though it's their natural, God-given role, they hold that our natures would cause us to abandon our loved ones and desire something different. And in a recent General Conference talk, Elder Suarez said that gender roles need not be so exclusive. So that's not really a thing either. Also, where does it say in the scriptures that the disintegration of the nuclear family would bring upon us the calamities foretold by ancient and modern prophets? Did they just make that up? Like, seriously, where does it say that? Can someone give me the scripture and verse? So just to summarize, the family, a proclamation to the world, is not a reaffirmation of doctrines and standards set forth by the church and repeated throughout its history.
Hey, it's Friday morning, and I want to highlight the latest Mormon Land podcast. Peggy Fletcher Stack and David Noyce had on a couple of the women from the San Francisco area, a couple of the women that were affected by the area presidency making a stand that women were not allowed to sit on the stand. And I thought their words were beautiful, but again, it brought up a lot of feelings, especially since I'm in the middle of a book talking about the suffragette movement and the right to vote for women. It took decades to get the right for women to vote. And one of the largest obstacles that these women faced were other women. And I thought that it was so ironic when I attended the Restore conference with my husband, who is a member of the church, and the women that were on stage, and then the absolute fawning over the things that were said that mean absolutely nothing. Everything that was said was fine and warming and emotionally driven, but nothing that they said changed policy or the hierarchy. It was just fun to listen to. Wouldn't that be nice? And then this happened. So let me share with you some of the words that were spoken on the latest Mormon Land podcast.
I can't tell you anything but the truth. And the truth was I just was heartbroken because I couldn't do anything but think, what am I going to tell my children? What am I going to tell my daughters and my young women who asked for this, who told me how important it was to them? And I didn't know what I would say to them. I just felt so awful that I still don't really have the words to explain to these girls what happened.
I think one of the struggles that I had is that, we all struggled with sitting up on the stand in the first place. Like we didn't really want to do it, but we did what our priesthood leaders asked us to do. And then it felt like the rug being pulled out from under us. We were doing what we were asked to do, and then, oh no, you're not supposed to do that anymore. And it just, they didn't take anybody else off the stand, just us.
Okay, F45 in Utah. It is 27 degrees. A little different than 71 in Arizona, but the same workout. I cannot say enough great things about F45. But what I'm here to say to you today is do not waste your money on going to see The Oath. I have never seen a more self-agrading, is that the right word? That doesn't seem right. Self-promoting movie than this. Darren Scott has got to be the biggest egotistical, narcissistic jerk that I've ever known. I've never seen so many close-ups in a movie. Let me give you just a brief trailer.
Son, receive a proper burial. Your wife!
Okay, this is a little different than the picture of Joseph Smith running through the woods with the gold plates, but obviously Darren works out. There's a lot of shots of this. Close-ups of his biceps, close-up of his lats, close-up of his deltoids. Pretty much close-ups. That's the story of the entire movie. And the best part of the movie is Billy Zane plays King Aaron. I don't think there's a King Aaron in the Book of Mormon. And his indigenous partner is called Korhor. Not Korihor, but Korhor. Korhor does not work out. That's very evident. But that's okay, because there's enough shots of Darren Scott that, you know, it's okay. So so the other funny thing is, for some reason, Billy Zane decided to play King Aaron, whoever that is, as an Irish guy. Yeah, he's Irish. I want you to hear this, all right? Listen.
Tell me, free man, does the last of the Nephite blood still grope for peace from a God that leaves you alone to die?
Forget about the entertainment world. Isn't it just time? Isn't it just time for women to run the planet? I'm not just trying to placate you, I swear. But I don't know what else to do, because we, men, we've been running the show since what, 10,000 BC? Something like that. And we're not doing so good. So please, can you guys just take over?
Hey guys, I just wanted to put a little plug in for a YouTube podcast that I have coming up this Sunday. I'm going to be interviewing Shane Larson from Shane Deconstructs. He's got a fabulous TikTok, and he is funnier than all get out. And I just want to remind you that the entire purpose of She Became Visible is to remind you to embrace this chapter of your life by prioritizing your own happiness and passions. It's time to focus on what brings you joy and discover new strengths and pursue interests that fulfill you. So remember that She Became Visible is actually a call to action. It's a time for you to reflect on the fabulous things that you've done, the people that you've supported, and that it's okay for you to choose you. That doesn't mean that you stop serving others, because that's something that we all should be doing, whether you're a woman or a man, whether you're a mother or a grandmother or an aunt or a sister or a daughter. So just remember to find yourself and embrace your wants, your needs, your talents, and just remember that finding yourself is a journey, and it's a journey worth taking. And I'm going to be discussing with Shane his deconstruction this Sunday, and we're going to laugh. And that's the most important thing as we are coming to the end of 2023. All right. So we'll see you this Sunday, 6 p.m. Mountain Time. She became visible.
We're ExMos. We're ExMos. We're ExMos. We're going to get that one tattoo. The one we've always wanted. We're going to get it. Because we're ExMos. We're going to try coffee and hate it until somebody orders us a pumpkin spice latte. And then we're going to love coffee. We're ExMos. And we're going to get another tattoo. We're going to keep loving sugar. We were raised on that shiz. We're ExMos. We're going to go ahead and get the sleeve. We've been wanting more tattoos. We're just going to go for the sleeve. We're ExMos. We're going to lean into swearing, all the bad words, but we're always going to wonder if we're using them right. We're ExMos. We're going to come after your kids' faith, spread all the lies, do Satan's work, use all the slang. We're ExMos. We're going to join ExMormon Reddit. We're going to post a selfie certain someone will recognize us. No one will. At some point, we'll need to make sure people know we're over ExMormon Reddit. We're going to join all the Facebook groups because we're ExMos. We're going to get on TikTok. We're going to listen to all the podcasts. And we're going to learn the hard way that you can skip past the first 8 minutes of every Mormon Stories episode. We're ExMos. We're going to hate beer, but we're going to say, yeah, it's not bad. We're ExMos. No matter how quickly we threw out our garments, we're going to wish we did it sooner. And we're going to have a blast trying on all sorts of new underwear. So many underwear. We're going to find a guide or a shaman or just a weekend with our friends at the cabin to help us process all that trauma. We're going to start planning little side hangouts. You know, you got your core groups, mix of believers and non-believers, but you're going to start planning those little get-togethers with all the ExMos so you can joke and laugh freely because we're ExMos. Every time we pass a church house, we're going to want to flip it off. Sometimes we will. We're ExMos. We're going to play it cool around the family, but secretly, we want every one of them to lose their faith. And we are going to cheer so damn hard for the nieces and nephews. When we meet someone new outside of Utah, we're going to make sure that they know that we're ExMos. We're going to use little code words when we're at social events to sniff each other out because ExMos want to find ExMos. We're going to trauma bond. Most of all, we're going to live our lives proud that we escaped a cult. We're going to look back at old us and be happy for new us. We're going to be a soft place to land for those that continue to leave and walk away and become ExMos. We're going to live better, judge less, love stronger. We're ExMos.
Nothing could be better than a beautiful day in Arizona, except the Salt Lake Tribune article that just came out today, written by Peggy Fletcher Stack. Thanks, but no thanks. In a much publicized move, including a giant cardboard check, Latter-day Saint leaders announced a $2 million donation to the First Americans Museum in Oklahoma City. Several Native American Latter-day Saints participated in the 2021 event. The Church News reported, along with Oklahoma City Mayor David Holt, City Councilwoman Nikki Nice, and other civic and tribal leaders. Native Americans have been moved around so much from different places that a lot of our families have lost contact with each other, Museum Director James Pepper Henry said in a Church News release. Having a center here is a way for us to connect our families together again. President Russell M. Nelson of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints even mentioned the contribution, surprise, during a devotional broadcast. The gift from the church will strengthen Native American and other families by creating within the museum a family search center. This center will make it possible for visitors to the museum to receive help in preserving personal histories, searching for ancestors, and building their own family tree. Well, the agreement fell apart, and the grant in the amount of $2 million for the creation of a family history resource center will be discontinued. Perry wrote on the museum website, FAM will return the grant funds and will suspend plans to develop the center until further notice. The church, of course, didn't mention anything about the rejection, and they just deleted it from their website, which is very typical. Congratulations. That is the best thing I have heard, and I just think that is so amazing. I wish the NAACP would have done the same thing. What's going on in Arizona? Doomsday Mom is arrested on Thursday night. Maricopa County Sheriff's deputies extradited Spring Thibodeau from Fairbanks, Alaska to Arizona. She was booked on 2 counts of custodial interference and is being held on a $500,000 bond. She was extradited just a day after the alleged leader of the so-called Doomsday family was also brought back to Arizona. Investigators say 47-year-old Brooke Hale, the teen's uncle, and Thibodeau's brother, was also extradited from Alaska and is being charged with 1 count of custodial interference and 1 count of conspiracy to commit custodial interference. And I think that's very interesting that about 12% of Gilbert, Arizona is LDS. In fact, there was a big thing in the news about an election that was coming up, and because all 3 of the candidates were LDS, and they were talking about how it's going to be a real challenge because the LDS people, you know, they really like to vote and they really like to support their community. But I'm thinking to myself, the Doomsday Mom is on the same floor as Lori Vallow, who has also been extradited to Arizona. She was also in Gilbert, Arizona. And then, of course, I just picked up a newspaper because I just got out of a massage. And there's an article in the newspaper, and they're talking about Gilbert police dodge questions and reopen the goon attack case. And they're talking about a bunch of teenagers that they're calling the Gilbert goons that are attacking people randomly. And I love this. They say, well, the boy's father said Friday that police notified him that the case was active again months after it was set aside as inactive, pending additional investigative leads. Well, in fact, since media's helped, they have now assigned a detective to my case. And he said he actually could have done it a lot better by himself. So what the heck? Lori Vallow, Spring Thibodeau, massive abuse in southern Arizona, and now we've got a group of teenagers, and they're all LDS. Come on. What is going on in Gilbert, Arizona? I mean, I don't want to blame the church, but yet this doomsday, last days, visions of glory, apocalypse, I don't know what's going on, but I feel like there's some kind of a connection. Okay, I just completed my last F45 for 2023. It's hard to believe. I'm really glad 2023 is over. I don't know how many of you have had an interesting year, but this has been a very interesting year. A lot of time for growth, a lot of time for introspection. But I found this quote by Glennon Doyle, and I wanted to share it with you. This is what she said. You can be shattered, and then you can put yourself back together piece by piece. But what can happen over time is this. You wake up one day and realize that you have put yourself back together completely differently, that you are whole finally and strong, but you are now a different shape and a different size. And I think for those of us that have left a high demand religion, any kind of an organization that told you who you were, what your occupation would be, what you would eat, what you would wear, who you would associate with, where you would go with your spouse or your partner on date night, everything, absolutely everything, where you would shop for Christmas gifts, what the Christmas gifts should be. Should they be a poster from Deseret Book or food storage? I mean, it's just amazing how much control a high demand religion has over a person's complete persona. So I'm really encouraging you to embrace who you are and be comfortable with this new person that you've put back together, and look forward to 2024 with anticipation of you kind of going along for the ride. You've created this new vessel, and you get to go along and see what this new person is going to create and become. So welcome 2024, goodbye 2023, and let's move forward. Become visible. All right, I don't know about you guys, but I really wanted to do a comparison this year and follow some of the people that are affiliated with the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints and their rendition of Come Follow Me. I wanted to do a comparison. I wanted to compare what they were going to teach with the Book of Mormon being the scripture that's going to be highlighted this year, and things that I've learned over the last couple of years that are more historically correct. So I started out last night and I thought, well, I'll just listen to this little Come Follow Me recap. I don't remember who it was by. Strength Matters, I think, or something like that. And I couldn't do it. You guys, I couldn't do it because right away it was bullshit. And it's sad because you've got this guy, and I don't even remember his name, and then you've got this older lady, and of course they're both talking in their church-approved primary voices. Both of them were. And they started out by talking about how Joseph Smith received a vision from Moroni, how he was a young boy, and how he had to wait until he was more mature to get the plates. And then he had to wait until he found Emma, that he wasn't allowed to see the plates until he had secured a companion, and how important it was that Emma be a part of his life before the plates were released to him. And right away I thought, oh my gosh, that is such a lie. That is such a lie. So do we talk about his brother Elvin? Do we talk about how his brother was supposed to be the one that went with him, but then Elvin, how rudely Elvin died, and so he didn't know what he was going to do. So then he drags Emma, but she has to sit in the cart. She didn't go with him. She didn't witness him digging up the plates. She had to stay in the horse and buggy until he came back with his shielded, covered up, supposed gold plates. Let's just tell the truth. You guys, it's not so much that the history is distorted. It's the gaslighting and the lies and the whitewashing that really is taking people out of the church. Just tell the truth and then rely on people's crazy faith if that's what you're teaching. Anyway, it's going to be an interesting year. I really wanted to follow both programs and just do a comparison, but I don't think I'm going to be able to. How did you guys do?
If you believe that the God of the Bible does not support enslaving other human beings, then you have all the tools, resources, and experiences that you need to believe that the God of the Bible does not condemn homosexuality. Hey everybody, I'm Dan McClellan. I'm a scholar of the Bible and religion. And there are 5 passages across the Hebrew Bible and the New Testament that condemn different kinds of same-sex intercourse in different ways and for different reasons. But the Bible invests far more real estate to talking about the ways that God would prefer you enslave other people. And then, well over 1,000 years later, society decided to change and to reject that practice as evil. And it was right to do so. But it meant that a lot of people had to turn around and look back at the Bible and renegotiate their relationship with it and their understanding of the God of the Bible so that they could move forward with the Bible along with the observation that buying, selling, abusing, and enslaving other human beings was evil. So if you are one of those who endorses the outcome of that renegotiation and believes that the God of the Bible does not support enslaving other human beings, then you have all the tools, the resources, and the experiences that you need to do the same thing regarding homosexuality and the Bible. The only thing that is getting in the way is fear. Fear of having to dismantle and reconstruct a worldview that has been so central to us. Fear of losing the access to power and resources that has been facilitated by that identity marker. Fear of what will become of the relationships that have been so central to our experiences. And so fear is standing in the way of endorsing that renegotiation with the Bible. The Word of God itself is not standing in the way. It is negotiable. And if you believe that the God of the Bible does not support enslaving other human beings, you've already been through those negotiations and you are already comfortable with them.
To everyone who
Hello, welcome.
Welcome to She Became Visible. Happy New Year. It is 2024 and it's January 7th. That means how many of you have already fallen off the wagon? You started January 1st. I know you did. You said you were going to cut out sugar. You were going to start walking. You were going to start eating more red meat and less carbs, or whatever program you thought you were going to get on. And it's January 7th. It's Sunday. What did you do yesterday? That's the question of the day. So I am here to talk about fitness today. That's right. We're not going to talk about anti-Mormon. We're not going to talk about any religion except the religion of fitness. Okay, that's the religion we're going to talk about today. And I have brought on one of the most amazing people. You will be astonished. I saw her. I met her through social media. That's why I get so defensive of people who are not fans of social media, because I have met so many wonderful people and they are inspiring. They have knowledge. They share their knowledge, and there's a community out there. And so whatever stage of deconstruction you're going through, there is a community out there, and you can find it on social media. Now, I'm not saying there's no wackos out there, because there are, but there are more fabulous people.
But so when I got to be 58, okay, so a long time span, over 20 years of dealing with this lower back stuff. And I tried all sorts of methods to try to cure it, improve it. There's all sorts of things. Finally, at 58 years old, I went to a neurosurgeon, and I had a lower lumbar fusion. A TLIF is what it's called. I was diagnosed with a spondylolisthesis. That was really my diagnosis. And I was to a point where I could barely walk. I was trying to figure out, how can I run my business and, be in a wheelchair. I mean, I was finding crafts that I could do while I was sitting down, just all these things. How am I going to survive? But luckily I found this surgeon. He gave me the surgery, and it really just changed my life, Renee. It was like, he said, okay, you do your rehab and then you get on with your life.
Rich people and brain injuries. It's not an excuse, it's a warning. Back in 2020, Dr. Marwa Azab did an analysis of a study that showed that people who gain wealth or power's brain chemistry changes. In the first part of the analysis, she recognizes that people who are born into influence have greater access to things like food, education, and jobs, and that the powerless are often reliant on these people just to get by, and that ordinary people can get intoxicated by power. In her research, she says that the brains of powerful individuals react differently to social clues in ways that resemble psychopaths or patients with frontal brain damage. Psychopaths and some patients with brain damage lack empathy and the ability to take others' perspectives. Research has shown that power can deform the brain and act in the same ways. She also talks about how even temporarily wearing a power-symbolizing uniform, like a police uniform, can recode your brain process to a new mindset. A big part of being human is mirroring the ways that other people feel and act, and this mirroring vanishes in people under the influence of power. It creates an asymmetry in relationships between the powerful and the powerless, and the powerful begin to perceive the powerless in accordance with general stereotypes, which results in reduced interpersonal sensitivity. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. It's why when we started giving the police military-grade equipment, crime didn't go down, but police violence went up. Power, money, and the perceived distance from consequence is why these guys felt comfortable hanging out with Epstein. We even see it in the corporate sector, with CEOs making 344 times as much as their typical worker. Power and money results in abuse. There is no such thing as an ethical billionaire.
Hello. Welcome to She Became Visible. It's Monday, January 8th, and this is going to be just a quick little video just to let you know that I am going out on my own. I am taking my She Became Visible podcast and moving it to my own YouTube channel. So I'm hoping that you will all subscribe, all like, all follow, because I'm moving out from underneath the umbrella of Mormon discussion. Now, I'm doing this with joy in my heart, because it has been an absolute pleasure to work with Bill Reel and everyone else that falls underneath his umbrella for the last couple of years. The entire community is so great and so easy to work with. And it's just the tutorials that they've given me and the advice that they've given me has just been amazing. But I really want to branch out. I want encouragement to get out on their own, to remember who they are, who they were, what their goals were, what their talents are, and what are some of the gifts that they really were hoping to share with the world. And I don't want to limit my podcasts to religion. I have reached out to a lot of people who are interested in being guests on the podcast, but they're not necessarily interested in talking about religion, but they have so much to offer. And so that's why I'm kind of going off on my own. So thank you so much for your support. Please find me at She Became Visible 513 on YouTube. I am still going to be podcasting every single week, and I have got some amazing people lined up, and I'm excited to share their knowledge and their life experience with you. So please join me at She Became Visible 513 on YouTube, and I hopefully will learn how this technology works and we will get this going. So happy New Year 2024. This is one of the major steps that I'm going to be taking. So thanks so much.
Everyone has a story. Everyone has been through something that has changed them. So, never judge a person by the chapter you walked in on.
Good morning. Pope Francis, a man who has presumably never had an intimate children through their adoption and foster agencies, transactionally deciding that the only people worthy of a child are straight people who are married and in good standing with the church. You write the Catholic charity a check, and contractually they give you a child. It was pretty transactional when the Vatican had to litigate all those priest abuse cases against children. And it was definitely transactional when they had to make all those settlement payments to those victims. The church stands against abortion and now against surrogacy. They're against IVF because in IVF some embryos may be destroyed, and they claim that that is just the same thing as abortion. It doesn't make any sense.
And so that's my goal. That's what will bring me joy. And I'm hoping that my information will bring joy to others. So if you would not mind, please go to my YouTube channel, She Became Visible 513, subscribe and be prepared. I already have another podcast scheduled. I'm going to be interviewing a fabulous woman who is really becoming visible. And she's very brave. I hope that you will enjoy it. I'll tell you more about it later. So, all right. Go, push, hurry, right now. Okay.
History was made in Minnesota's capital city of St. Paul today, or should we say herstory was made. St. Paul's new city council was sworn in this afternoon, made up entirely of women. And get this, 6 of the 7.
You all people that have a lot of money, I know 20 of you, and you're rich as hell. We're going to give you tax cuts.
Aside from more tax cuts for the rich as hell, what's the economic plan for Trump's second term? Project 2025, the agenda drafted by Trump allies, including officials from his first term, details a slate of economic policies that would make life more expensive, harder, and more dangerous for anyone who isn't rich as hell. 3 key facts.
LDS church leaders and lawyers often use the rhetorical device of reframing to argue their points. I like to call it word swapping. It often stops further thought
was hidden in a safe, or that the rock in the hat was hidden. And finally, because of the internet, they finally had to admit that, okay, yes, fine, right, all right, he used a rock and a hat. We'll go ahead and admit it now. So why, and also knowing Brigham Young and his propensities, why would this be so unbelievable? I feel as though the idea that Joseph was being considered a fallen prophet, that the 12 got together and thought, we got to get rid of this guy. He's bringing us down. We look what we've done in Nauvoo, and now we're going to have to leave Nauvoo. If we don't get rid of this guy, we're going to go through Missouri all over again. And it's so easy to believe that this was kind of a plan to get rid of Joseph Smith. So anyway, watch Ryan's TikTok and then go watch the documentary. It's fascinating. And you just have to allow your brain to start going, well, if you've lied about that, I mean, if any of you are parents, please, come on. If you've lied about 8 things, but you've told the truth about 2 things, I'm going to call you a liar, okay? So you got to start questioning things and at least saying, I'm going to look into this. I'm going to watch the documentary. So anyway, go back and watch Ryan's TikTok. It's amazing. And then go watch the documentary.
Would you, if something happened to your husband, get remarried?
I'm speechless. The answer is no way in hell would I ever get remarried. Like no nonsense spirituality, I lucked out. And let me tell you, it was literally the luck of the draw, because I met my husband at a church dance. He had already put his mission papers in. I had already joined the Navy. He knew he was leaving in October to go on his mission. I knew that I was leaving in January to go serve in the U.S. military. And so we met, we dated, bye-bye, see you later. And that's how long we knew each other, from July to October. And when he got home from his mission, 3 weeks after he got home from his mission, we got married. That is the luck of the draw, because I happen to marry a guy who follows all of the rules that you see on this platform. He opens my door. He tells me he loves me. He compliments me all the time. He's an excellent father. He's an excellent provider. He's a great friend. He listens to me complain all the time, and that's not his personality. So let me tell you, that's hard for him. But let me tell you, I know that I'm lucky, and I would never, ever get remarried, ever. And that leads me into my podcast that I'm going to have tomorrow morning, She Became Visible 513, because I'm going to be interviewing an amazing female entrepreneur. And she is also a life coach, and she talks a lot about the female empowerment and finding your strength. And what I love about her the most is she says things like, I work my business like a man, but because I'm a woman, I have that soft touch. And because we were talking about the differences between male and female personalities and entrepreneurship and competition and all of that kind of stuff that gets all mixed up into our finding our true selves and becoming visible. So join me tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Mountain Time. And because I'm going to be talking with Erica, and you are going to love to hear her advice. So the whole idea of getting remarried so that you can find yourself again or fulfill your purpose of servitude, or however you look at it, no, that's not for me. And Erica will probably tell you the same thing. So thank you, No Nonsense Spirituality. Great question.
Okay. This is the trend I can jump on. I love this. Have you guys all heard 2024? The trend look for 2024 is mob wife. There's a consignment shop in Scottsdale that sells old furs. I might have to stop by today. I am so in for this look. There are a lot of trends that have come and gone that I never jumped on. One of them was the poncho. One of them was the cold shoulder. Never liked that. Could never figure out why that was so popular. There's been other looks that I didn't really care for, that I didn't jump onto. But this one, I am all in. What do you guys think? Who's there with me? I don't know if I can get my hair that high, but I'm loving the cheetah and the fur. I can do it. Let me know.
Hey guys, I'm just about ready to go live. I'm going to be interviewing Erica Seagraves today, and she has a fabulous business. She is like a jack of all trades, a Jane of all trades. She has a great entrepreneur business. She teaches nutrition. She's very affluent in teaching women how to become an independent entrepreneur and owning their own business. And she just has lots of things to share with us today. So join me 10 a.m. on YouTube. She Became Visible 513. And ask Erica some questions if you have any. And comment in the comment section. So please join us this morning as we learn how, as women, to lift other women authentically. That's the key. So was it difficult for you to get your hands on the machines that you needed to monitor the health during the surgery? Did you like go into the medical supply place and say, I'd like to rent this machine or purchase this machine? They're like, who are you?
Great
Like,
question,
how did that work?
Renee. Yes, great question. I had no idea what it was going to take to be an independent contractor. It sounded great. Like, oh, this is going to be amazing. I'm going to have like this freedom, right? Where I have time, freedom and money, freedom, and all these things look great. I was that's a big buzzword now, but I was using it 26 years ago. I was using that word. This is going to be amazing. I can be my own boss. I had no idea all the obstacles I was going to, come up against, like getting an escort established, getting a CPA, getting registered with the Secretary of State as a business owner, all the things in business, right? And then getting a business account started, renting, leasing equipment, because one piece I didn't have a saying. I just didn't know. And I knew that I didn't want to get something permanently put on my body that didn't really mean something to me. So the reason why I had this particular tattoo put on is because I love feminine power. And nothing says feminine power more to me than witchcraft, because it has always been something that the intuition and the power of connection that women have has always been a mystery to men, and they always considered it like some kind of a woo-woo type thing, because how could she know? How is she able to combine these herbs to heal someone? That must be a devil. That must be a satanic power that she has. So I consider that a feminine power, and I've always loved that. So all of my tattoos have something to do with feminine power. So I will share with you when I'm done what I'm getting today. And here we go.
Have women killed for this cup? Almost, and a bunch.
This is the cup that says, I'm a virgin, but I also have 6 kids. It's the cup that says, my favorite rapper, that's Kesha. And it says to the world, when Trader Joe's drops a new snack, I touch myself. And it's the cup that says, I start decorating for Christmas tomorrow. Big dumb cup. You can really taste the bacteria. I'm getting lead. If your car explodes, you won't survive, but your big dumb cup will. And it doesn't leak at all. See? And it holds almost an entire bottle of Josh. Get in there, Josh. Want to hear a secret? If I'm not sipping, I'm peeing. Why do you think they spell it C-U-P? I'm bad. Girl, you're crazy, mama. Now, wait just a minute. Did your cup maybe get bigger? Maybe. Yeah. I got 2 cups. One for me and one for my grandma's ashes. She's still with us, but Nana, when you kick, we got the cup.
That I basically had to learn, just teach myself how to do this. And it was a lot of trial and error. And meanwhile, you know, I've got all these kids that I'm trying to raise and do the right things, you know, but it was a drive inside of me. I can't explain that. So it was like I had shelved myself for so long. It was like, I couldn't do it anymore. I couldn't shelve myself anymore. It was like, no, I'm doing this.
Yeah.
Every fiber of my body is vibrating and saying, go for it. You have this talent. Why aren't you doing it? You need to do this.
Yeah.
I needed to. But, you know, I got some flack. I got some flack from my husband. Well, he was actually very supportive, but it was kind of like, yeah, you can do that.
As a hobby, right?
Yeah. As long as you get all your other work done.
Yeah, Cinderella. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I'm not trying to talk trash on him. He was also.
So it's Martin Luther King Jr. Day, and the church loves to mention how much they support Dr. King's message and are not racist. So let's see what the church had to say about Martin Luther King Jr. back when he was fighting for civil rights.
The man who is generally recognized as the leader of the so-called civil rights movement today in America is a man who has lectured at a communist training school, who has solicited funds through communist sources, who hired a communist as a top-level aide, who is often praised in the communist press, and who unquestionably parallels the communist line. This same man advocates the breaking of the law and has been described by J. Edgar Hoover as the most notorious liar in the country.
Now you might be quick to call him a racist, but actually he's an apostle of the Lord.
Apostles are under divine mandate to teach truth, even when truth is unpopular.
Thus, our commission as apostles is to teach nothing but truth.
So that must mean that Ezra Taft Benson was telling the truth. He was sure that Martin Luther King Jr. and the civil rights movement was actually just the communists in disguise. And that is why he endorsed the book The Black Hammer in 1967, and even wrote the book's foreword. But trust me, he's not racist. He was just against communism. I mean, that's why he was a supporter of the John Birch Society, which was like the original far-right extremist group. It was the QAnon of its day. And in 1968, he was asked to run as the vice presidential candidate for a friend who was running for president. This friend's name was George Wallace.
And I say segregation now, segregation tomorrow, and segregation forever.
Okay, so maybe he was racist.
It's been a long fight. It's been a long fight, and I just had to have a warrior spirit, and that's all. So I'm just,
you know, because I'm like, I got to see, you know, and we were like all, you know, like little Cagney and Lacey chicks, but we just sat back and watched all the High Council and the Stake Presidency, and it was a packed house. His family came from out of state. It was a big, huge thing, and he was very well supported. And I sat there going, you have got to be kidding me. And people don't know this, but afterwards, I saw him go out because he took our family van. So he left my mom with this little teeny car. So he even took the family van, and he's out there and he's loading up all his gifts, right? And he's by himself. And so I walked up to him.
Oh my gosh.
And I said, what in the hell do you think you're doing? Well, what do you mean? I said, Dad, you're trying to start a new life when you've left a mess behind. You need to do something. And he's like, well, you don't believe in God and repentance.
This right here is my favorite thing ever. In the history of forever. I think about this every day. I think about this all night long. I stay awake, not sleeping, because I'm thinking about this.
Lila, my new co-host, will be able to join us from now on. She still had some stuff she had to put together, so she wasn't able to be with us this week. But next week we will be live again next week with Natasha Helfer, and it's getting close to Valentine's Day. So guess what we're going to be talking about? Let's put Natasha and Valentine's Day together, and then I will let you guess what we're going to be talking about. And remember, this is a podcast specifically demographic women over 60. So yeah, tell your girlfriends, gather around, get some chocolate, meet me at 10 o'clock tomorrow or next Sunday morning. And we're going to talk about some really good stuff with Natasha and Lila. So join me next week. We'll all see you later.
The real question is, who has been protecting this kid? Whose dad knows someone, or who has paid off who on the police force? That was one of the comments that came from a video I did a couple days ago about Tyler Freeman, the 17-year-old who has been named, who will be tried as an adult, and who has been tied to 8 different crimes that he's been caught for in the last several years. Well, this is an interesting question, and a private source has reported to me that Tyler's uncle is Kenny Buckland, who was the commander of Gilbert PD for more than 20 years. This is his LinkedIn account here. There have been no allegations that have any evidence that suggest that this uncle paid off police or asked police to look the other way. But the connection is there, and I think it's worth looking at, because us all understanding that our justice system does not work fairly. It has never worked fairly. There are incredibly different results that happen for different people charged with the same crime, because there's so much discretion built into our system. And that discretion comes with pros and cons, but certainly makes it so that we don't have fair outcomes.
So, what'll it be then? You can go back to your regular life and forget any of this ever happened? Or you can know the truth about the universe. The choice is now yours.
The first one, the high heel.
No. We'll do a redo. You're supposed to want to know.
I don't.
Babe, listen. You have to want to know, okay? Do it again.
For all of you who follow me on YouTube, She Became Visible 513, you'll remember that I just interviewed Tim Whitaker from the New Evangelicals. And I just have to encourage you to like and subscribe this man's podcast. If you are deconstructing from a fundamental religion, you have to understand that you are not alone. And if you are ex-Mormon, you need to understand that you are not alone. There are many people that are deconstructing from a fundamental religion, and there are so many podcasts out there that will help you to understand that this is not just a Mormon issue. This is a Christian, nationalist, white, evangelical, fundamental religion issue. And Tim, his latest issue, his latest episode is so amazing. He talks about Christian nationalism. He talks about the white power. He talks about this whole idea that God has somehow sanctioned this violence for white men especially, is just mind-blowing. So please go to the New Evangelicals and like and subscribe. And while you're at it, if you wouldn't mind, like and subscribe my channel. She Became Visible 513. All right, have a great day.
Me to read Charlie Bird's book, Without the Mask.
Charlie grew up in the same area as me, and I see.
I cannot love this woman anymore. She is so amazing. And I'm going to tell my story, and I am in no way comparing my story to Julia's. But the only similarity that I want to share with you is the fact that the white male heterosexual privileged men who are in charge of the hierarchy and the patriarchy of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, otherwise known as Mormon, the bishopric roulette, the privilege to some and not to others, is so prevalent. The reason I'm saying this is, in some comparison, when my bishop came over to my home to call me to be the new Relief Society president, I shared with him that I had already put in my papers to resign my membership. And the first thing he said to me was, have you talked to, and I'm not going to say his name, but there is a member of our ward who is gay and is choosing to live a celibate life, and therefore he had a calling and is a temple worker, has a temple recommend. And I said, that really has nothing to do with the reasons why I'm leaving the church. I don't know why I would go and talk to this person. And then he proceeded to talk to me about the time that he went inactive and how he just got lazy and he just wanted to do things. But he finally came around, as if that had anything to do with why I left the church. So I'm just comparing myself to these men who have no idea what it is like to live as a woman, as a gay person, as a person of color, as a person who did not grow up in privilege, who does not own a multi-million-dollar Fortune 500 company, because those are the only people that seem to progress well in the Mormon church. And so this particular bishop is stuck in the 80s. His talks, his testimonies, everything he says is so outdated, and his mindset is so outdated. And that is what you deal with sometimes. And sometimes you get a wonderful progressive bishop that is current in things that are going on, who truly does listen to his own integrity and his own morality, and not just something that's been given to him when he's been told to shut off all of his critical thinking. So thank you, Julia, for sharing your story. It means so much to so many of us. And I know, like I said, I can't compare my story, but what I can compare is, as a woman, being told to go and talk to a man. And then I would understand why I'm wrong in choosing to resign my membership. So I love you, Julia.
Always, but in general, what my experience has been, and even with some articles that have come out about Mormon and Latter-day Saint women, is that this trends to interfere with sexual drive, right? And sexual ideas around feeling sexy, feeling sensual. And in fact, even those ideas in general are typically frowned upon, right? So usually in high demand religions, the idea of being sexy and sensual are seen as seductive things, as slutty things.
Where are the women in the Book of Mormon? They are suspiciously absent from the text, and even the most important characters just don't include the women in any measurable form. Lehi is a big character, and he just spends the last few chapters giving blessings to his children, his sons, and the sons of Ishmael. And in verse 12 of 2 Nephi chapter 4, we have the record of Lehi dying and being buried. And if you think back, we also have the case of Ishmael dying and being buried, and his daughters particularly mourning him. But we don't have Ishmael's wife dying. We don't have Sariah dying. These women are totally absent from the story. And in chapter 5, we see Nephi separating from his brothers Laban and Lemuel, and he's taking Zoram and Jacob and Joseph and Sam, and also my sisters. Did you know that Nephi had sisters? Well, up until this point, neither did anybody, because they were never mentioned in the text. This is a glaring omission in the text, but it seems to be Joseph's MO, because I'm sure that you could probably name a number of Joseph's brothers, but you probably don't know the names of Joseph's sisters. And this occurs throughout the Book of Mormon because we don't know Nephi's wife's name, we don't know the daughters of Ishmael's names. Many of the characters throughout the Book of Mormon are only known by their relationship to men as daughters or wives or servants to prominent men. And despite the fact that there are a number of incidental, random men's names throughout the Book of Mormon, this is not the case with women. But it is the case with the Doctrine and Covenants. We find the same thing, lots of random men's names, very, very few women's names. This dates the text completely to the 19th century, the idea that women were not as important as men, and they certainly weren't as important in Joseph's life as contemporary, powerful people. They were subjects.
For what we love determines what we seek. What we seek determines what we think and do. What we think and do determines who we are and who we will become.
The things that they say have no power over you until you put their words.
Hey, good morning. Happy Valentine's Day. If you like Valentine's Day, I personally do not like Hallmark holidays, but that's just me. So I wanted to introduce you to, ta-da, Amy Logan. She is going to be my guest on She Became Visible 513 this Sunday, February 15, 16, 17, 18, I don't know, whatever this Sunday is, at 10 a.m. at She Became Visible 513. Remember, that's on YouTube. And we're going to be talking about life coaching. Amy is a life coach, and she has a lot of ex-LDS women. We're going to be talking about, why can't I think of when the date is? Okay, it's Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18th, February 18th at 10 a.m. She Became Visible 513. Thanks so much, and try to have a good day. If you love Valentine's Day, I think you will. If you don't, ignore it and just go about your day and have a great day anyway. Okay, bye-bye.
The majority of the people really that I was working with in the first half of my career were active Latter-day Saints. You know, they were believing, active, temple-going Latter-day Saints coming in and talking about sexual issues and sexual problems. It's when people have left the church, right, that then they start having more of this perspective of, wow, how was I impacted by these beliefs? Do I still want to have these beliefs? Maybe now I'm angry that I had these beliefs, and how I feel like I can see now how it held me back or didn't let me develop sexually the way that I feel like I should have been allowed to. So there's a lot of grief and anger and betrayal feelings, plus the deconstruction of, well, now, even though intellectually I've decided it's okay to wear that tank top, why is it that I'm so uncomfortable in my body when I step outside the door, or I'm hypersensitive or hypervigilant to how other people may look at me when
Stop calling it a fucking gender war. This is not a gender war that we are going through. Women are fighting for rights, and men don't want women to have rights. A war implies that both sides are equal and have an equal opportunity to protect themselves. That's not what is happening, especially.
It's time that you hear some uncomfortable truths.
This beautiful woman is going to be my guest on She Became Visible this Sunday at 10 a.m. Mountain Time. You have to listen to our beautiful conversation. She is so wise. Reverend Carla, please subscribe to her TikTok channel and tune in this Sunday, She Became Visible 513, and listen to our conversation as two old ladies talk about our experience in church and how we left because of the patriarchy and the systematic things that were set up to dehumanize and marginalize women and not give them their voice. And it's a beautiful podcast, and I hope you join me. Listen to this full TikTok that she has. Your mind is going to be blown. I have a question. For all of the people with legal power in Alabama that have decided that embryos are children, can you deduct all of those embryos off of your taxes? Can you start a 529 for each one of those children
and start forming a tax-exempt savings program that you can eventually take out yourself tax-free? I mean, there's a thought. I mean, I'm 70 years old. Do I have any eggs left? Maybe I should take them out so we can start deducting them from our taxes. It is the epitome of white, privileged male patriarchy. I would like to know, what do you suggest for the couples that are having infertility issues? Shall we get them a handmaiden? Shall we get them a couple of concubines? I guess that makes sense biblically.
I never saw a woman's face representing what had happened. Like, I'm going to get emotional thinking about this, because that was baby ExMo Amy, still 6 years out, but still like, I just have to put a face to this. I need people to see that there are women going through this. Wow. And so I did my first YouTube channel, and I just wanted it to be for the woman who was 2 o'clock in the morning and you're bawling your eyes out because you don't know anyone who's not. I mean, I had acquaintances from high school that weren't Mormon, but like, I didn't know anybody, and I was alone. And I just thought, I need someone to know that they're not alone. And so I didn't set out to be a life coach. I thought I didn't really know what that was, but I guess I did know what it was, but I don't know. I just needed to help. So I started making lots of videos, and that was a lot because I was not prepared for the backlash from the trolls. Like I had no idea that was a thing.
Hey, I just wanted to let you know that my guest this week on She Became Visible, you can find me at She Became Visible 513 on YouTube, is going to be Allie Henny. And she is going to be, my co-host will be Chanel Achenbach. And we are going to discuss this.
And it was just really vile and vitriolic. And yet I was still trying to engage with them and validate my presence. So I actually paused for about 6 months and said, who am I? Why am I doing this? Why do I feel like I have to over-explain and exhaust myself? Because I'm not even talking to the people that I want to talk to. I am trying to find validation on people that I left behind. And that's when I started to unpack patriarchy and understand how it's still showing up in my life and how I need. And it was about that time that the man at the coffee shop said, you would be much prettier if you would smile. And I automatically smiled. And in rage. Did you know that in 2022, Democrats introduced a bill to protect IVF and the Republicans blocked it? Did you know they also introduced a bill called the Right to Contraception Act? And the Republicans blocked it. So when Christian nationalists entrenched in the Republican Party tell you that they are for IVF and they're scrambling to distance themselves from the Alabama ruling, they are lying. And they're showing us a part of their playbook now. And if Christian nationalists get into power, they will not only control IVF, because I think they have a plan for the embryos. They will ban birth control. They will ban same-sex marriage. And if people like Mike Braun from Indiana have their way, they will also ban interracial marriage. Now, many of you are wondering how so many of these Christians who are tied to Christian nationalism, why they have no problem lying to you, why they have no problem deceiving you. Because under their brand of Christianity, they believe that if it's for the glory of God, they can do whatever they want. Many of them believe that once you're saved, you're always saved. Under this theology, they also believe that deception and corruption are justified if it is meant to glorify God and hasten the return of Jesus. Do you remember this video?
All right, welcome. Welcome. I just wanted to say, welcome to the end of democracy. We're here to overthrow it completely. We didn't get all the way there on January 6th, but we will endeavor to get rid of it and replace it with this right here. We'll replace it with this right here.
Amen.
That's right, because all glory is not to government, all glory to God.
That is a right-wing activist who spoke at CPAC last week. Heather Cox Richardson wrote about him last night because this is part of the video that we didn't see. Here's what Heather wrote. He held up a cross necklace and continued, quote, "After we burn that swamp to the ground, we will establish the new American Republic on its ashes, and our first order of business will be righteous retribution for those who betrayed America," end quotes. It will literally be a witch hunt. Red, White, and Blue is hosting a very important conversation tomorrow night about understanding the threat of democracy from Christian nationalism. I'm honored to be a part of this panel. You can register at the place where you see my face. It's free. Join us there and stay awake, use your voice, and vote.
I don't want to like have the evil influence on me. Like that's how scared I was.
Right.
So scared. But that was kind of my first social media avenue, I guess you could say. And then I officially had my name removed from the records in 2009. I was going through a divorce at the time, and I just thought, I want to make this decision for me, because I know there's a lot of discussion in the ex-Mormon groups of, should I have my name removed? What if grandma finds out? What if so-and-so, like they're afraid. And I just thought, you know what? I had realized after 3 years of intense investigation, I read everything I could get my hands on. This was pre-CES letter. Like, this was not like an organized, nice little package of how to deconstruct Mormonism. Right. And so I had my name removed because I thought, I could always go back, you know, because there were still some doubts. This is now 3 years later. And like I said, social media wasn't what I just had. And I just am like,
This is 16. Sarah said to Abraham, may the wrong, Hamas, done to me be on you. I gave my servant Hagar to your embrace. And when she saw that she had conceived Ishmael, she looked at me with contempt. May the Lord judge between you and me. Now, Sarah invited Hagar into the home, and it was her idea for her husband to marry this Egyptian woman. And when Hagar moved into the home, Sarah told her husband, we need to cast out. You know what you do with the demon? Cast it out. Sarah went to her husband and said, we need to cast out that woman because she has brought Hamas into our home. The spirit of Hamas came with Hagar. It's a demonic spirit. The Hamas spirit that was in the days of Noah came into Abraham's house with Hagar.
Okay. Dan McClellan, where are you? I'm sending this out to you. What is Mark Driscoll talking about? When did we decide that Abraham married Hagar? And is the word Hamas actually in that scripture? What is he badly interpreting? I need a Dan McClellan thing on this. So let's talk about Sarah and Hagar and marriage and Hamas. Dan, help us out here. Dan McClellan, I'm calling you.
You might think it's cool. Well, all it's going to do is create more problems in your life.
I want you to tell me if you think this is fair or right. I'm going to introduce you to 3 people. People who've all been sentenced to jail. I'll tell you about their crimes and their sentences, and you tell me what you think. Let's start with this guy. He's 37 years old. He lives in Ohio, has a prior conviction. This time around, he was convicted of molesting 2 girls, his own daughters. Sentence, 2 years. What do you think? He's seeking early release. He says he's really sorry and he wants to get the family unit back together. And he stresses he's a Christian. How about this guy? He's 76 years old, no prior convictions, but he pleaded guilty to molesting a 15-year-old girl in her hospital bed where she's being treated for cancer. His sentence? 15 months. He says he's a Christian too, and that he's sick. Last but not least is this one. Convicted of 2 felonies, sexually explicit pictures that he sent to a minor that he met at his Colorado church. The prosecution said he shows no remorse, but the defense insists he's sorry. 39-year-old Jeffrey Williams has just been sentenced, are you sitting down, to 14 days in jail. What do the three of them have in common? They're not just in the religion business, they're not just Christians, they're ordained. Dennis Lafferty, former pastor at Thompson United Methodist Church in Ohio. Luis Barajas, also in Ohio, a retired Catholic priest. Then there's Williams, who got only 14 days in jail for his 2 felonies. He was a youth pastor for the Salvation Army. Now, do you hear any family values Republican state legislators proposing bills that would ban pastors and priests from having contact with children? Didn't think so. They're far too busy legislating women's bodies and passing bills to allow discrimination against LGBTQ+, especially T people. But their allies? Well, I guess they just get a pass, no matter what they do to children.
What are your thoughts on Candace Owens and how she affects how racism is in America?
Wow. So, there are a lot of Black people who benefit from white supremacy. And what I mean by that is that, like, as a Black person, this society wasn't created for me. It wasn't structured for me. I do not benefit from white supremacy at all whatsoever. But there are Black folks who leverage white supremacy, who leverage white folks' negative impulses toward Black people. And they're able to leverage that and parlay that into success, into stardom, into money, into positions on the Supreme Court, into book deals, into whatever. And so, when I try really not to think a whole lot and put a whole lot of my headspace.
Okay, had it or hit it. Oversized bows on little girl infants.
There's something about the bows on the newborns that it's disproportionate. Like, yeah. I look at the bow and I forget the baby's even there.
Right.
And it's like, I don't like the way it looks, and I just feel like it's a default setting.
I feel like it's a precursor to a Stanley Cup schlepper. Oh. I think if your mom puts a bow on you as an infant, 100% by age 10 or 11, you're schlepping around that poison-filled lead tote receptacle Stanley Cup. I think it's foreshadowing to a lot of bad habits.
Get this in communities and stuff where people are deconstructing maybe their Christian faith or whatever. You get this in like queer spaces, LGBT spaces where that are white dominated, where there is a form of white supremacy that shows up, where people think that, well, because they are, the good guys, they're the good people who are doing the good thing, and they are disentangling themselves from one harmful system. They don't really do the work of disentangling themselves from other harmful systems, namely racism. So, like what you were talking about experiencing in like this ex-Mormon community, that's a very common experience that Black folks have in various communities where there are well-meaning white people, and they really, like I said, they are trying to you get this in communities and stuff where people are deconstructing maybe their Christian faith or whatever. You get this in like queer spaces, LGBT spaces where that are white dominated, where there is a form of white supremacy that shows up, where people think that, well, because they are, the good guys, they're the good people who are doing the good thing, and they are disentangling themselves from one harmful system. They don't really do the work of disentangling themselves from other harmful systems, namely racism. So, like what you were talking about experiencing in like this ex-Mormon community, that's a very common experience that Black folks have in various communities where there are well-meaning white people, and they really, like I said, they are trying to
It's been a while since I've been to Walgreens since the passing of my son, but I had to go today. And as usual, I have a Walgreens pharmacy story. So I went out into the beautiful sunshine of Arizona a couple of days ago and laid down on one of our chaise lounges to enjoy the sun. And about an hour later, I went back into the house and I started to itch all over, especially on my back. And I took a little peek, and lo and behold, my back was covered in what looked like a rash or bites of some kind. And I couldn't figure out what it was. At first, I thought maybe there was some kind of bacteria in our hot tub. But then I remembered, no, I hadn't immersed myself in the hot tub. I'd only gone in waist deep. So why is this all over my back? So I just let it go, but I had an appointment with my dermatologist today anyway, and I had him look at it, and he said, yeah, it could be just an allergy to pollen, or it could be dust mites that were on the cushion. I was like, oh my gosh. Anyway, he gave me a prescription. So I drove to the Walgreens, and the guy behind the counter said, yeah, we don't have that, but we might be able to get it like by Monday. Would that be all right? And I was like, well, it's Friday and it's a prescription for something that obviously needs to be treated now, but I don't know what to say. I said, well, do you think any of the other stores may have it? And he goes, I don't know. Let me look. So he shuts off the microphone and goes and talks to someone with hopefully a few more brain cells. And he comes back and he goes, oh, actually, we got it, so we can fulfill the prescription, but it will be a little while, so could you come back in 15 minutes? I was like, oh my gosh. So I'm back. I'm back to pick up my prescription. And I just want to say, this should be a terribly frightening thing for you. If these are the people that are handling your medication, now maybe this guy just does the window, I don't know, but it's a scary thought that there are people who are desperately needing their medication, and this is the mentality behind that counter. That's my Walgreens story for the day.
I really need to talk about Risa Tisa because she's an admirable and amazing woman, but she possesses the 4 personality traits that make her most vulnerable to predators, to sociopaths, to narcissists. Many of us have the same kinds of traits, but in watching all 50 videos of Risa Tisa, whom I love, and she's such a great storyteller, I have a sense that she has these 4 qualities. Okay, first of all, empathetic women. Women who are highly compassionate and empathetic and emotionally intelligent are easy marks for guys because they know that these women will have a well of compassion when they play the victim card, and they will put that other person's needs above their own. That's what we compassionate people do. Secondly, I think she had a very good sense of morality. She knew what was right and what was wrong. Of course, she was trying to make sense of his life.
I see the young people who are coming back. I was at an institute in West Salt Lake, and the young man who was taking me to the different classrooms where I was making an announcement to try to recruit FSY counselors, he was walking me from room to room, helping me get around the building. And I said, tell me about your experience in the church. He said, well, I left the church. He said, I left the church a little while ago. And I said, why? He says, oh, because it seemed popular on TikTok. It seemed popular on social media. So I just kind of joined the crowd and left the church and made a big deal about it on social media. And he says, then it wasn't too long before I realized I'd made the biggest mistake of my life.
repentance, and repent in ways that you have.
If anyone knows this person personally, or has perhaps this person is in your ward, I would be calling Child Protective Services and doing a home check, because this is a little baby Ruby Frankie. This is a little baby Lori Vallow. This is a perfect example of what these teachings are turning young moms into. And I think it's extremely dangerous. And I think it's past the stage of just saying, oh, these crazies. No, that's what people said about Ruby Frankie, and look what happened. So if you know who this person is, I would be calling relatives, I would be calling spouses, I would be calling the school, I would be doing a home check, because I think this is extremely dangerous.
Happy birthday to you, to you, you. Happy birthday to you.
The word for the day is dictum. When you act like a dick, but then try to play the victim. Dictum.
Power to support moral degradation. And young women, please understand that if you dress immodestly, you are magnifying this problem by becoming pornography to some of the men who see you. Please heed these warnings. Let us all improve our personal behavior and redouble our efforts to protect our loved ones and our environment from the onslaught of pornography that threatens our spirituality, our marriages, and our children. I testify that this is what we should do to enjoy the blessings of Him whom we worship. I testify of Jesus Christ, the light and life of the world.
Hey, I just want to give you a heads up. I'm about to go and record my podcast, which will be aired tomorrow, Thursday, April 11th. And I'm going to be interviewing Dr. Jennifer Bird. Now, if any of you heard her on Dan McClellan's podcast, you will be as excited as I am to listen to this podcast. We are going to talk about women in the Bible, marriage in the Bible, and all other female things related to the Bible today. And Dr. Jennifer Bird is a Bible scholar. She is amazing, and you are going to not want to miss. She Became Visible 513 on YouTube. Tomorrow evening, I'll be posting it, so you'll see it as a coming attraction premiere. And I just wanted to give you a heads up, so stay tuned. Talk about that.
Yeah, I'm happy to do that. And if you don't mind, I am just going to do a quick plug to clarify something for you and your listeners. Yes, no, you're looking at chapter 4 of Permission Granted, right? Is what you're looking at. Right. And that chapter is called Sex, Who, What, and Why? Because when you're talking about marriage in the Bible, really all you're doing is talking about sex. The language around marriage centers around the sex act. Okay. And so we can tease that out a little bit, Rene, in terms of, how that plays out. But the other thing is that chapter on sex in the Bible is essentially so important to me that I did, and for several reasons, I ended up writing a book that basically takes that content and teases it out farther. So yes, my most recent book is called and you did reference that in the intro, marriage in the Bible. What do the texts say? I've been pulling clips because I did story time on chapter 12 of Genesis last summer. And so pretend you're my sister. And I know that you're beautiful, right? And they're going to want you and they're going to kill me so they can have you. So tell them you're my sister, right? And then everything will go well for me because of you. And that's exactly what happens. They get into Egypt and they see this beautiful woman, and Abraham hands her over because she is his property, right? The exchange, women and women's bodies have been the exchange thing between men for millennia, right? So he hands her over. She goes into the Pharaoh's concubinage, and the story says, I should maybe go find my Bible and pull it up, but the story says that Pharaoh dealt kindly with Abraham on account of her, right? So what was she good in bed?
Yep, there you go, even a snake.
Really draw the line is if somebody asks me, should they take a certain supplement or should they be on HRT? It's like, I am not touching that with a 10-foot pole. I don't know your body. I'm not a medical professional. You need to do the research. You need to talk to your doctor, not some person on Instagram who's, I'm just interested in fitness and health and what we can do and mindset and all that. But even supplements, I wouldn't tell anybody to take any kind of supplement because they could have like an undiagnosed kidney issue, or plus their body's different than my body. And there's a lot I don't take. I don't take a lot of supplements.
Bully can be so profound that it ends up making the headlines all across the nation and sometimes even in the world. And the reason why I think we have this is that roughly 15% of a given population will have a bullying mentality. And then the real question is, does it activate? Does it find a soil in which to grow? In regard to the church, it's additionally problematic because we come to church with a lot of presuppositions. And one of them is that if the person is a leader, then they must be kind and gentle.
Kindly with Abraham be on account of her, right? So what was she good in bed?
Welcome to Friendship Village. Let me show you around. Wow. It's like a cruise ship on land. Do you like art? Music? Heated pool? Yoga? Pickleball? There are events and group outings for just about every interest.
Food.
There's so much to do here. Move it or lose it. Well, this is our stop.
Let's keep going. Yeah.
Had you heard of Julie Rowe before?
Yeah, I have.
Okay, out in Utah, I think she's more prevalent. Where did you hear? Oh, come back. What happened? Oh, okay, that didn't work. Where did you first hear about her?
Well, I heard about her years ago. A friend of mine was a follower, and the red flags go up anytime this friend of mine talks about a guru, because they're usually crazy people. So
yeah.
Anyway,